up, and I just said that the ball sails high on him. I don't know. That's just an obvious thing to me. And when I talk to the guys at the bar, they all see the same thing I see. So maybe I was crazy, or the guys in the lounge last night were not seeing it with green glasses on. I don't know, but you can tell certain things. But before we go, let me go to Ray. Ray, your observations.
Hey, Zach, Ant, what's going on? I'm just like you guys. I'm very excited about the win. I want to be as positive as possible. We all say, Zach, we want to see the progression. I haven't seen it lately, but this offense has been carried by the run game. I'm not liking what I'm seeing out of LaFleur, but I will say this. And we've been saying it since week one, since we saw that training camp, Zach. Sauce Gardner is the absolute freaking real deal. And anybody who tries to tell you different, that he should have gone higher. I mean, right now he's playing like he should be the number one pick in the draft in my eyes. The guy's just lights out. They're going to keep trying him over and over again. DJ Reed had a hell of a game. The pass rush really wasn't even there, but the defense, they weren't over pursuing. They did what they had to do. I said it last night on Justin's show. Let's get the win and just get the hell out of there and regroup after this week. So I'm happy about the win. I'm curious to see what everybody else has to say about it.
1,000%. All right, let's go to the hands. We'll go to Petey.
What's up, guys? I'm happy. I'm not happy with number two's performance, but that's okay. A win's a win. I'm not apologizing for anything winning in the NFL. We've gone through so much shit the past freaking 5 years that it's a blessing that we're winning, and I'm just happy. The defense played well. Sauce Gardner is that guy. I'm concerned about Breece Hall, but overall the defense played well. It wasn't pretty, but I don't think anybody predicted, hey, we won by a touchdown. So I didn't think anybody was predicting a blowout here. So we won ugly. Who gives a shit? On to the next one, like Jay-Z.
Yep. Thanks, Petey. Let's go to Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always in the past. The Jets are always on the other side of a game like that. They never just have in the offenses, kind of look like they're hungover. I mean, that's just a matter of the fact how they both looked. I mean, I had them at 3-4 this point of the year, and I would have been all right with that. Being freaking 5-2, I would have. Oh my god! I would have sold my liver on eBay to get that back in August. I mean, this is amazing. As far as Zach goes, I mean, yeah, no, he definitely.
Hey guys, hold on. I just gotta come in. Salah just said it's not looking good for Breece Hall.
Oh god.
Fuck.
So.
Anyways, back to saying though. Well, that just kind of ruined my mood, but I mean, Wilson, for what it's worth, though, the one thing that we can at least be positive about with him is he hasn't made the killer turnover that he's made so many times last year. So, I mean, that's one way he's improved. I mean, listen, anyone calling for him already to be replaced, I think that's just premature. We have a lot of football left to be played this year. We knew this game was going to be a brutal defensive game. Obviously, that doesn't make up for overthrows, but, it's still such a small sample size to call for any quarterback.
Guys, it's an
ACL
tear.
I'll just leave you with this. With how good this defense is playing, if Wilson, the offense, steps up and really takes it to the next level or two, this team really could be unstoppable. They can be the juggernaut.
Lucas, let's get back to Petey. He has some news.
It's an ACL tear, guys.
That's what they're saying. I mean, I seen that, but it's not confirmed yet. I didn't want to say it, but that's what they're suspecting.
That would just be a punch in my fucking stomach if that's the truth. Like that would just be a punch in the stomach. I don't even want to. Fuck. I don't even want to get into that. All right.
He got hit in the head on that.
All right. Let's just. All right, Garrett. Go ahead, Garrett.
Hey, yeah, that is a punch to the gut right there.
Garrett, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can't hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, Big T-Rock, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
No, Garrett, log out and come back in.
I could hear him.
Going on, fellas?
What's up, T-Rock?
Chilling.
Shut up,
Yeah.
nigger. Shut the fuck up, you stupid nigger.
Who the hell was that?
Okay, took care of that.
Can anybody hear
Can
T-Rock?
someone take out that dude Marty, bro? What's going on with that?
He's out already, T.
Yeah, cause that's whatever, man.
Who's that? Marty 5?
Yeah.
Marty, be a man. Tell us who you are, prick.
Kenny's gonna go.
I
after
can't
that
even
guy. Go
hear
ahead, Big
the guy
T.
Marty. I can't even hear anyone really. Anyone can hear
Zach,
me?
I removed him from the space.
All right, that's cool. That's good. Yeah. He got the wrong color anyway. Yeah, bad news. Yeah. But we gotta move on. Team is not just built on Hall. We're just gonna have to step up and just find ways to win, just like we did today. Defense played great, especially our secondary played awesome. Defense picked it up. The line picked it up a little bit better in the second half.
You heard that? Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
Oh, I need.
Zach, your speaker's on.
Gentlemen, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, I
hear
can
you,
hear you.
T-Rock.
Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me, T-Rock?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you good.
Twitter's messed up. Some people can hear.
I can hear everybody.
Sack, just don't log out. Close the app on the space, swipe out, and then you can come back in.
Yeah, no, I can.
Within like.
I can hear you guys now. If it happens again.
All right.
I hear you, Sack.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, we
Go
hear
ahead,
you.
T-Rock. Go ahead.
Yeah. I know it sucks. Some of our guys went down. We just lost a big guy in Hall. AVT went down. Corey Davis went down. It's football. I've been telling you guys, people talking about go trade guys or whatever. You can't. You just can't do it because you're going to need somebody at some point, 53-man roster, even a practice squad. You know what I'm saying? We're 5-2. We won ugly today, but we knew that was going to happen. Denver's another desperate team that was throwing body blows to us and, made our second-year quarterback look ugly. But guess what? You know what I'm saying? He did enough to put us in field goal range so we can get the points. You know what I'm saying? He was being a freaking magician just to get out of sacks. Imagine if that was somebody else. He needs to learn. Obviously, we know that. I'm not gonna destroy him. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? He's still our leader, and he still led us to the dub with our defense. And DJ Reed and Sauce, and they're all playing magnificent. We just gotta regroup and try to get number 6, man. Jet up, man. Jet the fuck up.
I'm with you, T-Rock. You're always the most positive. If this Brees Hall thing comes out to be something like Ant and PD just said, it's next man up. But that's a hard one to take.
Yeah, no, it sucks, Zach. It sucks. This guy was gonna. It was most likely gonna be the offensive rookie of the year. I called it. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew Denver was gonna play the box, and he fucking took it to the house for 62. We probably would have saw maybe another one or whatever. It sucks. It happens. We got to pray for him, and that's it, bro. You already know it's not the name on the back. It's the name on the front, and we can't let it dampen our move. 5-2, bro. Who would have thought?
Yeah. All right, let's go to Cousin Corner. Thanks, T-Rock. Cousin, you there? I don't. You guys hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Seems to me that. All right. Well, let's go to Garrett Ham. You hear me now,
Hey,
Garrett?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. So, yeah, that's a punch to the gut with Brees Hall. But only thing I wanted to say is I can't believe all this, like, Zach slander. I understand the ball sailed high a little bit, but we knew it was going to be an ugly game. I mean, I thought it was going to be 19-9. It's been 16-9. That's the way every game against Denver has been this year. It's been low scoring. I mean, it's a tough place to play, tough defense. AVT went down, Brees Hall went out, Corey Davis went out, Mims left for a little while. I mean, Elijah Moore's out. Like, there was a lot going on there, and I'm telling you, like the last 10 years, we lose that game. In fact, we have lost a game like that to that quarterback 2 years ago, and when they came back in the fourth quarter and won. And today, defense held. Zach did everything, in my opinion, to not screw that game up. And maybe people aren't happy with that, but I'll take that every day after what I've seen the last 10 years. We'll move on to the next game. Hopefully, we get some weapons back. Hopefully, Elijah Moore gets his head on his shoulders and can come back and we play and the offense opens it up. We've got possibly Fant coming back, Max Mitchell coming back. That Brees one is going to hurt though.
Yeah,
But
I think
you know, I think Zach did what he needed to do, and in the last 10 years,
I don't
we
think
lose that game, and we won it today.
I don't think he did. Listen, I don't want to open this can of worms again. Please, we're all looking at the same damn thing here. Enough with this. You got to stop. He didn't do what he needed to do. We won in spite of him today. That's the truth. We really did. We have to stop fooling ourselves. We keep coming up with all these damn excuses. He didn't play well. It's okay. We're not saying he sucks. He didn't play well.
He did. I agree. He didn't play well, but he didn't lose that
He
game.
almost-
Is what I'm saying. But the last 10 years, I mean, if we had Flacco back there, we lose that game. Is my point.
I don't know. All right,
No, I
let's
don't
go to
think
Cousin
so.
Cornhole.
No.
All right, listen, I mean, the whole news is devastating, and later in the week we can go there, but we're 5-2. You know what? It was ugly. We won this game, and you know what? Kudos to the fucking Jets. The Jet fans deserve this. And as far as like the Zach thing, we can critique him. That's not a bad thing. He was awful today. We have to be honest. The Jets won in spite of Zach today. Let's be honest. If we're gonna call it like we see it, they won in spite of him. He's got to be better with the ball. He has to have more of an awareness of how valuable turnovers are. I watched the Giants earlier today. The Giants, this guy Dable is almost installing like a Parcells thing. Don't commit penalties. Don't turn the balls over. It's a long haul. We'll win the game. My biggest concern with this team going forward is Michael LaFleur. I can't believe how down on him I am. His play calling, his awareness of his unit is awful.
Yeah.
Going forward, I mean, huge loss with Brees. We get it, but there's talent on this team. It's now on the coaching, and Michael LaFleur has to be better. He can't wait till the third or fourth quarter to adjust and to do the right things. I just feel like we're 5-2. Today's the day to be happy. We should be happy as Jet fans. This is more wins than we had all year. They had us at 5.5 wins. Let's enjoy this. Pray for Brees Hall. But you know what? This Jet team has arrived. This is a good fucking team.
Well, absolutely. I think the Brees thing hurts a lot, but like you said, let's live for another day for a moment. We'll talk about it on Tuesday, but you know, I'm going to go to Joe and Clark in a second. You know, I know, guys. Look, let me go to Joe. I don't even. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I mean, look, great win, great gutty win. I mean, the fact that we won at Pittsburgh, at Denver, and at Green Bay, it took us 10 years. We couldn't do that in 10 years, probably win 3 road games like that. So for that, I give him a lot of credit. The Brees Hall injury is just, I mean, and guys, you hear me? I've been saying for how long we can't have nice things. We can't have nice things. I'm sorry. I told Zach, let's get a shirt made because it should be made. Because it's the truth. I mean, it's unbelievable. We took out our brand new Lamborghini. We got it as a present. We took it out of the garage. Beautiful sunny day. We take it. We're flying down the road. No one's around. And what happened? We get a touchdown. I'm trying to make that analogy. The touchdown he had, beautiful 60-yard run. What happens 2 plays later? He's done for the year. ACL tear. I mean, you can't make it up. I know we won. It's great. We're 5-2, but I love that guy, man. I almost started crying when I saw that. I really did. That's that much. I mean, that guy was so to have a player like that as a rookie. It just it sickens me. It really does. But it's a great win, and hopefully next week, we get Carter and maybe this kid Bam, what's his name, the kid from North Carolina State. Maybe he can play a little bit. But it's going to be running back. It'll probably be Ty Johnson. Those guys will be, him and Carter will be splitting reps. Hopefully more plays next week. And it's going to be a tough game against New England. But let's enjoy this win. We're 5-2. In a million years, no one, even Justin Jett, who said we're going to be 10-7 way back when, didn't think we'd be 5-2. So, but the Brees Hall injury it figures. We can never just have God. Why can't we enjoy this and have no worry? We always have to have something hanging over us. So we got to have this injury now. I'm sorry, guys. You can say what you want. It sucks.
And Joe, it's a major injury. It's not like
He may never come back from it. Who knows if he ever does? I'm just saying it's possible he comes back. He's not the same player. Look how long it took what's his face to come back. Barkley, a couple of years from the first ACL. But I'm just saying. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But and as far as Zach is concerned, I've been saying it for long. I don't believe in the kid. I'm sorry. I just don't think he has that clock in his head. The game is too fast for him. He's having to throw to Uzama wide open. He just makes those. Me and Zach talk about it all the time. Go back to his tape in college. Even he always overthrew guys. His mind just goes berserk when he gets pressure. It's the great quarterbacks. Everything slows down and they're calm and they make those throws. He just like willy nilly just throws it. He's zipping it over their heads. He throws it behind him. He throws it too hard. It's just no. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know. Unless he just wakes up one day and changes. I don't see him as he'll ever be more than what he is. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, we're winning in spite of him. That's the truth. We're winning in spite of him.
1,000%.
That's all I got to say.
There you are. I got 100 hands up here. I'm going to go to Cuz, and then I'm going to go to a few of you guys. I see Crystal out there in the speaker role, so I'll get to Crystal in a second. Let me go ahead.
Zach, can you have everyone raise their hands? Because we have a lot of requests, and a lot of people don't have their hands up.
Yeah,
my hand's been up.
Jim, just give me a second, Jim, please. You know how hard it is? Come in my spot. You know how hard it is to see whose hands up first when you got 8 hands up? Hang out, Jim. Kenny, go ahead, Kenny.
Yo, guys, listen, great defensive win. Offense has got to clean up some of that mess. The offense right now is just oblivious. Even though they won the game, the last possession, you got to take a shot and go for the first down. I don't care about timeouts. You get a first down, the game is over, especially when you're the Jets. It's just too close for comfort when these teams have the ball. And if Denver would have scored, they would have went for 2. So that's my feeling. But offensively, Zach Wilson, get your fucking head out of your ass and start playing better. Okay, I know the rush is there, but look like an NFL quarterback. He's running around like a schoolyard. Like he's in the schoolyard, just like, okay, let me run this way. Let me run that way. No, you got to step up. But listen, great win by the defense, and it was all on the defense. And that was what Saleh was here for, to get this defense in order, and he did it pretty quickly. Hats off to him. But LaFleur, you better get your head out of your ass with your quarterback, because this team has a lot of talent. I mean, a lot of talent. And if we don't have a quarterback that once in a while you're going to have to rely on to win a game and put points on the board, then the team ain't complete yet. So hopefully this kid, he's got to look at the film and realize you're not in a goddamn schoolyard. Zach, you could drop me down the listener so other guys can get in. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kenny. All right, let's go to Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, which Jim? Jim Taylor?
Yeah, there's only one Jim right now. I think the other Jim got impatient and dropped. So go ahead, Jim.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Okay, defense played great today. Absolutely. Zach, I think the jury's still out on, I think my problem is fucking MLF. I mean, 2 weeks in a row now, at the end of the first half, 2 minutes to go, they just let the clock tick way down. There is no hurry up offense. There is no sense of urgency. I think we're just in a position where they wanted to settle for a field goal. I mean, if I'm the coach, I'm going to try for a touchdown. If I don't get the touchdown in 2 minutes, I'll settle for the field goal. But I'm not going to be happy with a field goal. I want to get the touchdown. I mean, I'm watching that clock going, tick, 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 and I mean, you're on the road against the fucking number 3 defense. Show a sense of urgency on offense. Can run a hurry up. Once in a while, call a timeout. They had 3 timeouts with 2 minutes to go, and they let like a minute and a half just fucking run off the clock. That to me is a big problem, Zach. I mean, what's your take on that, fellas?
Yeah, no, I listen. There's a lot to unwrap, but yeah, I agree with you 100%. There's a lot, I think this Brees Hall stuff's got to me because he's probably one of my favorite players. Him and Wilson, like I can't get past it right now. I don't know why. I just can't get past it. So I mean, but listen, there's a sense of urgency. I think Zach's not playing well. I think that you become a one-dimensional offense when that happens, and people are, the running game. We rely on the running game. Now you have Michael Carter and Ty Johnson back there now. So defense. You could go ahead, Jim.
Well then is it a coaching thing from MLF that okay, that there isn't any trust in Zach to run a 2-minute offense? I mean, there was no hurry up offense. I mean, they would they ran a run a play and they went into the huddle in 45 seconds off the clock, or 35 seconds off the clock, and then they ran a play. I think it was an incomplete. So
Jim.
stopped.
Jim, I think part of it.
I can't tell you. We'll get the press conferences. I'm sure one of these guys will ask them and see what they say about it. I mean,
But Jim,
who knows why they did that, and they'll always come up with some. These coaches are rookies too, even though this is their second year, so they're trying to figure things out as well. Who the hell
Zach,
knows at this point?
how
I just
about the
want to
fact
rip
didn't
through the
throw the
hands
ball
real
at
quick
all?
because I know a lot of people want to talk. I see Crystal, you there?
Yeah, but this was 2 weeks in a row now. What happened with the Packers last week at the end of the first half?
I know, Jim. I don't know what to tell you. It's a coaching thing for sure, or they have no confidence in Zach.
Okay, drop me down to listener. I'm done. Thank you, Zach.
No problem, Jim. Thank you. Let's shoot over to Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, it's a win. It's a win in places we have never won before. Joe and Clark was right. Who would have thought this team would have road wins in Pittsburgh and Denver and Green Bay? Like, I don't remember. And, everybody wants to say that, but, like that's a big thing for us. I think it's a big, big thing for the team mentally. Now for Zach, listen, I completely agree with you guys on these throws. Garrett Wilson was yelling at him about the throw that he threw behind him. Garrett Wilson caught it anyway, but the camera cut. But if you look at Garrett, he's yelling at him. He's like, "Leave me!" Like that's what he's saying to him. Here's the thing, though, with the good or with the bad, there was good. This kid is elusive as hell. I don't know how many times I know Laken Tomlinson got caught on that jailbreak blitz, and Zach juked out like 4 or 5 defenders and was able to save the friggin' field position for the punt. Like there were a couple of times today where he was running for his life just off the bat. Like we just didn't pick up the Denver blitz at all. And also, the Denver blitz belongs to the Denver defense, which is pretty damn good. I'm just going to throw that out there. I don't feel and don't be saying that. I guess I'm got to be the first. Denver's defense is pretty freaking good. From top to bottom, the safeties and the corners are the strength. Like, it is what it is. And like I said, if we're trotting out Denzel Mims and Jeff Smith there, I know I can't 100% defend him, but I'm going to try to defend him anyway. It was a rough game. It was sloppy. It was gross. The penalties were crazy. Dwayne Brown had like 4 or 5 of them today. Like, I hate that we're focusing on this one thing. I understand it's the most important position on the field. But let's not act like there were 1,000 mitigating circumstances to just slow the whole freaking offense down. Like, from top to bottom, from injuries and penalties and all that stuff. So I think while Zach didn't play well, this whole he's got to get his head out of his ass stuff is a little overstated. I'm just going to say that.
All right. Well, I want to, before we get to the other hand, let me go to U Stadium. Came in the special co-host while Ant is taking care of some things. Nick, what do you think about today's game? What do you think of what you're hearing?
Yo, Zach, it's Frankie. I hijacked the account, so yeah, I'm on.
I expect nothing less.
What's up, y'all?
What do you think, Frankie? What's your analysis with the Zach stuff and today and everything? I'd like to hear it.
Well, all right. So we know Zach had a tough game. He's had a few tough games. He's not really, properly going through his reads. He did a few times, but he's sticking on one receiver. He looks very inaccurate, which is, a little bit alarming because accuracies for his game too, it can really bring him to the next level. I don't know. He's not seeing the field all that well. You see the team doing so many things to try to avoid him from having to throw the ball downfield, which should be his advantage. I mean, he has a big arm. We need him to get the ball downfield. I haven't seen one shot yet that Zach has had to Garrett Wilson. Not one time have we even attempted a pass to Garrett Wilson with Zach over 20 yards yet. I mean, like, I want to see that. We have to see that at some point, even if it gets picked off and it's a bomb. I would love to see that. So I don't know that they're really like shortening the field, doing some gimmicky stuff, which is working because guys like Berrios and Carter and Brees and whatnot, we can do things with those guys. Not Brees anymore, obviously. That's helped Zach a lot. I keep wanting to say sack. I don't know. I'm like confusing myself, but so I don't know, man. I don't know what Zach Wilson's got to improve, and we can give him time because if we're winning football games now, I don't mind that he's struggling as we're winning, but he's got to get better. So we'll see. He's not turning the ball over, so that's something positive you could take from it. That fumble could have bit us in the ass at that point, and we could have potentially cost us the game or at least made the game really close at the end. But he's not turning the ball over. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna wait and see. I'm not gonna crucify Zach Wilson right now. I'm not gonna say he's not it. We need to look for a quarterback next year. That to me is a little bit ridiculous at this point. Let's wait and see. The kid hasn't played enough football, played in a bad conference in college, has an amazing arm, and as Tony was saying, he's elusive. He finds ways to avoid getting sacked or, avoid, certain guys. That juke shows he has talent and we know what he can do with his arm. So I'm going to wait and see approach, but his feel for the game is just not there clearly. So I don't know if that's going to come with time or it's just, it is who he is, but I don't think anybody has the answer to that yet. So that's on that point. And then the other point is this Breece Hall thing. It's terrible. Obviously, it's depressing. I'm like so down about it after a big win. I hate reacting to this after a win like this. It's such a weird difference of emotions. You're like so happy on one side, and then you're so like down on the other. It like mixes together, and you're like, I don't know what's going on right now. I don't even know, to be honest. And but if there's a silver lining, hey, these guys come back from ACLs. They come back, and some of them even get stronger at times because they start working on some muscles after their rehab that they've never worked on before. You see Adrian Peterson talked about it a lot after his ACL. So as long as it's just an ACL and there's not a bunch of other things going on, Breece will be Breece again for us. It'll be next year or, later next year, but mid next year, not later. It'll be a year-ish. So yeah, you saw Gus Edwards today, came back, big guy, heavy. He looked great when he came back after his ACL. But then you had Dobbins that had a little bit more going on. So hopefully if it's just a tear of the ligament, he'll be fine. He'll be Breece Hall again. But it sucks that we don't have him this year. But I don't think that like the Breece that we're seeing now, we're not going to see again. If it's just an ACL, we'll see the explosive Breece again. These surgeries now, as we all know, are ahead of their time. So that's it. That's all I can really say. I'm going to wait and see with Zach and the Breece thing sucks, but hopefully it's just an ACL. So that's really all I have to say.
All right, thanks, Frankie.
Bro, Zach, can I just say something about that to him about what he just said?
So
I mean, you say it's so cavalier, bro. It's just an ACL, bro. This guy was so. No, but I'm just saying, how do we don't know. He may never be the same again. I mean, this guy was dynamic. We haven't had a running back like this since Curtis Martin. And to say it like that, it's an ACL, he'll be back, bro. I'm like ruining my. I was crying. I mean, this is like physically has gotten me upset. I know Zach feels the same way. It's more than you said. It's so cavalier, bro. I'm sorry. That's all I got to say.
Have you seen how many? Do you want me to give you a list? I'll DM you a list of guys that have come back from ACLs. That 92% of them are just as explosive when they come back. I mean, do you want a list?
Bro, I don't know about that, man.
I'll send you a list. You don't know what you're talking about. You talk with such conviction, and you're always like looking at the negative side of things. I'm telling you right now, I've torn my ACL playing football in college. I was faster when I came back.
You don't know how bad the tear was. We have no idea yet. Let's wait and see. It could be worse.
Yeah, I know.
Not bad. Who knows? I'm just saying. But you said it so. This is huge. I mean, this is the best rookie in football this year. And for us to have a player like that, I'm just saying, bro, we can't have nice things. You can say I'm negative, but it's the truth, though. Whenever we have sunshine, there's always a cloud. It's always.
I get it, Joe. We all get it. We get it. Let's move through the hands here because there's people who want to get in, and then we'll get back to you, Joe. Just stay where you are. All right, Jets for life. Good, Jets for life.
Damn, bro, I'm kind of fucked up right now. It's like I want to celebrate my win, but damn if it don't feel like I fucking lost. And I don't know how to take this. I'm kind of confused at this damn point. I I I'm I I don't even fucking know what to say. I was sitting with my hand up and y'all talking and it made it fucking worse. This is fucking depressing to me, but I know one thing: Zach has to play better. He just has to. If especially with Brees gone, if he doesn't play better, we might have just fucking damn threw our little season down the damn drain because that was the only thing moving really. That's all we had, and Carter doesn't look strong enough. And I was a Carter kind of guy, but he just doesn't. He doesn't look strong enough to run like Brees ran. So I don't know, man. This shit is depressing me kind of to a point, and I'm trying to get through it. But Zach, I understand, bro. I get what you feeling because this shit is not. I thought I don't know. I don't know, man. That shit hurt me. And then was it confirmed that it was an ACL?
Anthony reported it earlier. He said that they said that. We don't know anything yet. We'll find out tomorrow.
Salah
They do
said it's
that-
an ACL. Salah said it was.
They do that initial test where they grab your thigh and your calf and they do movement up and down and they see if there's any stability. And if there's not, then they know it's an ACL for the most part. Sometimes they don't know though. So they did that initial test, I assume. That's what they always do. And then there was not stability there. So that is kind of, it's like 70% confirmed, but they don't know yet. They'll see. It could be a PCL too.
Zach, remember we had the same thing with Zach Wilson. They thought it was a
All right,
ACL
let's
at
move
first.
through hands. I see Lee John's been here for a while. Go ahead, Lee John.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
That was beautiful. I mean, the Denver defense is probably the best defense in the league. So I'm not even like thinking about what Zach Wilson could have done today. I mean, you lose your third. I mean, you lose Vera Tucker. You already lost a tackle. You already lost another tackle. I mean, what are we? What are we complaining about? We won. You got to see the field better for sure. But I mean, 5-2, and we got 2 home games in division coming up. We got to win. Okay, we got to beat the Patriots. That's actually the biggest test of this team. You're 5-2. Can you beat a Belichick defense? If you can, then I'm pretty optimistic going into the rest of the year. But look, 5-2. I have nothing to complain about. Let's fucking pack the stadium.
Lee, we're more upset about losing Brees Hall for the season.
Well, yeah, I mean, that sucks. But at least you lose him before the trade deadline, which is kind of a weird silver lining. But there's guys out there, if they feel like they have to make a move, which they honestly might, if you're going to contend, you need a guy to, to at least compliment Carter. So, look, it is what it is. Every single team deals with injuries. Every single team. So we were, sort of healthy for the most part in the backfield. We lose a guy, someone's got to step
deals
up.
with catastrophic injuries. That's the problem. These injuries we get are catastrophic. They're not like, oh, all right, he his hamstring, he's out 3 weeks or something like that. We get ACL tears. I mean, Carl Lawson and blah 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 and this and that. So yeah, I'm not gonna speak much today. I'm just gonna keep going through the hands because I feel a certain way. Go ahead, Jets takeoff. Steve, I see you up there, Steve Simon.
Jets Nation, what's going on? What's going on?
What's up?
It's bittersweet, man. Bittersweet. We got the win, 5-2. But yeah, it does suck that we lost Brees Hall. I'm hoping AVT's injury is not that serious either, and I hope Corey Davis's injury is not as bad. I think we're gonna get him back this year, or back this week. Zach Wilson, man. Zach Wilson. He needs to play better. He needs to play better. And I understand like Michael LaFleur is not doing him justice. The plays that he's calling up for him are just they're not great. And I feel like he's kind of holding them back. But there are still some mistakes that he's making that we can win so many more games if we just had average QB play. And he's playing below average, which is kind of killing me, man. But hopefully we get our shit together for New England, all black. Let's go, Jets.
Yep. They will be wearing the new stealth black helmets. No. Before we get Steve, hold on 1 second. I got to get
Sure.
the brothers before you. Only fair. If we drop you, obviously, don't send me no nasty DMs. You're only getting dropped because we got other people that are requesting. So as we move through it, let me go to our buddy in Florida, Terrence.
Yeah, hey. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sure.
Cool. No, I'm outside. Yesterday, everybody was garbled, so I don't know, depends on the connection down here. I'm somewhat bummed by obviously the Brees Hall news, but overall, I'm ecstatic. We're 5-2. This defense held. It was 16-9. We played two top 10, if not top 5 defenses at their place, and we came out with W's. I mean, yeah, you want to sit there and sob in your beer. I mean, yes, I understand. It's going to hurt us because Brees Hall added another dimension. I understand that, but what are we going to do? Are we going to just stop watching? I mean, yes, I don't know what we're going to do. I just know running backs are a dime a dozen in the NFL right now. I don't know if we're going to bring up Zonovan Knight from the practice squad, or if Joe D's going to make a move. I just don't know who's out there that's going to really be what Brees Hall brings to us. But I do think we need somebody, because I definitely think Michael Carter is better when he has limited touches as opposed to being the bell cow, because he could just as easily get hurt next week too if he gets more touches than he than warrants, considering his his frame and everything. That's how I feel. But we're going to have to find a way, and that's where the coaching staff comes in. There were a couple of times during this game I felt like, I don't know why they didn't let Zach throw on one of those passes where we just kicked field goals, but I'll say this. I mean, I guess they made the right moves, because what they basically said is, let this second string quarterback beat us. We were up by 7, and the defense held twice. A Sauce, freaking awesome. DJ Reed, worth every penny. And I think more than the offensive players right now, the thing that's really is bringing the identity of this team is the defense. So, yes, I'm upset about Brees Hall, and also, as bad as everybody is saying Zach played, he was 16 for 26. I think it's more LaFleur sometimes. I mean, like all these passes he throws are short. What happened to the guy that, that there was a play in the fourth quarter. I don't know if it was the first field goal that we hit or the second, where we were inside the 30, and I don't understand why we didn't take a shot for the end zone there. Maybe I just think, probably like some of you guys think, just like LaFleur probably doesn't trust him either, and something's going to have to change, because there's another dynamic of this offense that's going to have to grow out of the fact that we lost one of our stud running backs. And but overall, I'm happy as hell. I was thinking about it. I mean, it's been a long time since, basically, other than stressing out about having to go to work in 12 hours, that it's been a long time since I've been watching a Jet game where it meant something, and we're winning and we're pulling it out. And it's a great feeling that we pulled it out. And then that's all I got to say. I mean, I'm a Jet fan for 44 years. I've seen all the tragedy too. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that knee. That's all I can say. All I can hope for is, like Frankie is saying, that it's a limited tear, that he'll be back next year. And, hopefully it's not the same path Saquon took, because it took him a couple of years. But hopefully he'll be back to add to that dimension that we need next year. And that's all I got to say. Let's, hope for the best for him. He's a great player. Everybody, Brees Lightning, everybody was calling him. And to see that happen on the next play is typical Jets. But you know what? We're 5-2. Let's tough it out. Maybe Joe Douglas makes some type of move, because now we're in a position, as opposed to just gaining respectability, we're in a position now where we should be trying to get one of those 7 seeds in the playoffs. And I'm hoping we win one out of these 2 games. It's probably going to be New England. hopefully to exercise the Belichick demons. Let's take it 1 week at a time, and then we'll talk about Buffalo after that. Okay, guys.
All right, Terrence, a positive spin. Actually, I don't know why, but it just made me feel a little bit better. I guess you got to hear these type of things when you're feeling like I'm feeling right now, because but it's definitely a positive spin, and we can't keep our heads down. You won the game, like you said. You're 5-2. Who would have thought? And this is where we're at. Maybe Joe Douglas makes a move. James Robinson's available, as we know, and who knows? So we'll see. I just feel bad for the kid. All right, so guys, I'm gonna go to jokes first, then Steve Simon, then we're gonna go to ground and punt. Ant, I see you there as well, and Mike Elias. So that's the roster. That's what we're doing here. Jokes, you're up.
Listen, I know that Zach wasn't good today, but go look at all the other quarterbacks who played this defense. None of them really look good. All right. It's hard to defend because he had a bad game last week, but you can't really get on this defense is doing this to all the quarterbacks. Like, it's getting to a point where it's hard to defend them, and I agree. But we're the Jets. Who the fuck are we to complain about beating anybody? We had 4 wins last year, and we have people here crying that we won our 5th game and how we won. Like, who are we? Yeah, Zach's got to get better. No shit. We all know that. And what happened to Brees, that sucks too. But we've been a laughing stock for the last fucking 10 years. And I have people complaining on here like we just lost. Guys, it's not the end of the season. Brees is going to hurt. It is going to hurt. But the kid's going to have to prove himself. And he's got the rest of the season to do that. We wanted competitive games. We all wanted competitive games. We got competitive games, and we're winning. And our defense is looking lights out. That's all. Who cares?
I agree with you,
defense.
I agree with you. I mean, it's definitely. I think. Well, I'll speak for myself. I think that the win, we were all jumping around at the bar. It was great. And then we got the news of Brees Hall. It was like getting punched in your stomach and lost all. Yeah. I can't sugarcoat that any way anybody wants. And as for Mr. Wilson, yeah, I get it. We won. We're 5-2. We love it. There's other pressing needs that you see on the other side. Is that how far do you go from here? Yeah. So if we're Jet fans, we should just be happy what we get and move on. But I think that I'm kind of bring a more different kind of point of view. Is like, look, Zach Wilson. We asked him to step up. Look, jokes. I don't know if you were in the space yesterday. I was just critiquing him, but you get slammed for it. But we got eyes. You see, he throws the ball. It rides high on him. Joe Bagonis put a really nice thread out there, pointing everything out. And then we're sitting there at the bar, maybe about 15 to 20 of us, and we're watching the same thing. The ball's behind them. The ball sails over. That's got to be cleaned up. And like Kenny said, running around like it's a schoolyard. Yeah, there's things that he needs to clean up. But yes, we're winning. Yes, I think we're winning in spite of him right now. That's what we're doing, and that's good. It's good, but it's not good for a team like the Patriots next week. That's not good. Because the Patriots will, Belichick will plan for everything, and you don't have that home run hitter at running back anymore. It's going to hurt. We can't say it's not, but yes, should we be happy with this?
I would be more worried if Elijah Vera Tucker's not playing next week. If he doesn't play next week,
that's another one.
You should be crying. We should all be crying about that. I know that Brees is if nobody's opening up the holes, Brees ain't going nowhere. If Elijah Vera Tucker's not playing next week, that's going to be a long day.
Yep, I agree with you. It just seems like we always get shit sandwiches. It's basically like, oh, we're all excited. Yeah, we win. And then it can't go smoothly where we win and we don't have to worry about shit like this. It's just like sometimes you just throw your hands up. But look, 5-2, awesome. And jokes, just hang out there. I'm going to get to a few other people. Let's go to Steve Simon.
Hey, guys. Listen, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. I'll take 5 wins before Halloween. You kidding me? What year is this? What decade is this? So like the other guy just said, yeah, who are we to complain? I understand. Breathe out. There's the home run hitter. I totally get it. And that makes Zach worse because you don't have that home run hitter. And I think we could all say if Brees Hall's in that game in the fourth quarter, those drives where we have those third and shorts, we make those first downs and we aren't holding our breath with 20 seconds to go, thinking we're going to blow the game. So it sucks. It really does. But this defense is good enough. Look at our schedule, guys. Outside of Josh Allen, this defense will keep us in, barring injury, every game the rest of the way. All right. So we are going to be competitive. And the silver lining is there's a trade deadline. If they bring up Bam Knight, fine. Look for Cam Akers. I wouldn't be surprised. And he doesn't have any tread on his tires for this season, really. So we'll find a way to make it work. Listen, guys, we're going to get what we want. And I think the thing, though, that pisses me off about this game, outside of, I'm happy we won, is I couldn't stop thinking about Elijah Moore at home, wondering what he was doing. When Davis went out, when Corey Davis went out, we could have used him. We could have used him.
Steve, real quick to that point with Elijah Moore before you move on.
Yeah.
Many moons ago, Herm Edwards had an issue, and they were bringing it up earlier, and I was talking about it to Ant. It's like there was a time where Abraham, I think he had an issue. I think it might have been something with driving wise, and Herm Edwards played it the right way. What he did was he made Abraham suit up. He made him travel with the team, and he told him, "You'll be standing next to me on the sideline, right where I am, and you won't go anywhere." And that's exactly how he played it. So that's the way you play it. You should have never let him sit home comfortably. You should have brought him. You should have forced him to go fly with the team and sit there right next to the coach and watch them play and win, and not participate.
Yeah, I think this is a little deeper. I mean, I'm not a therapist, but I think there's some, and please take this with a grain. But I think there's with him, and please, I'm not trying to throw this out. I take those words very seriously, but I really think I don't think that he was in a good mental space to even travel with the team.
Yeah,
because God knows what.
We're losing you, Steve. All right, Steve, just stay there. I know you have another point, but we're losing you going in and out. I just want to grab some other hands real quick.
Okay, I hear you.
But I see my boy Benny there and Rusty. I gotta go to Ant. He's had his hand up since the very beginning. Go ahead, Ant.
What's up, guys? Good win, good win. I really want to piggyback the positive perspectives on Brees.
Ant, you there?
He's
I
talking.
think Twitter is
I heard
having
him.
major issues.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I heard
All right,
you.
Ant, we can't hear you, but I'm not going to drop you. Just stay there. When you get that situated, we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Benny.
Some of them are saying they hear me.
I think Zach doesn't hear either of
Yeah,
us.
yo, Ant, I hear Ant speaking.
Yeah, Zach, I hear him too.
Yeah, I don't hear him. Twitter is garbage. I can't wait till we move off this platform. I'm gonna get Ant continue to talk, and I'm just gonna go out and come back in.
I got you. Appreciate it. So yeah, I just want to tack on to the positive view standpoints about how we could view this Brees news, because it's well stated he adds another dimension to this offense that we very well may sorely miss. But I can't help but think, especially if AVT, if we get positive news with him, it's a big if. I would 100% be more concerned, be more distraught going forward had we lost AVT for the season over Brees, because I mean, he said it best. I think it was Simon. Brees does nothing without this offensive line. No running back really does. There's never been a running back in history really that could be as productive as have Pro Bowl production had they not had at least a solid enough line in front of them. So that's that point. Carter.
Yeah, but
Ty
did you
Johnson,
see the other running backs running behind this line?
Ty
Brees is just a different animal.
for
Ty
sure.
Johnson filled in well, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, and you're right, but
right, guys, the space just crashed. Let me invite Ray back to co-host. I mean, Twitter is piss poor at best. Their application is terrible. We'll add it back again. All right, let me get Garrett.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, look, I'm kind of wondering, just out of curiosity, I know AVT went out. What's wrong with him? I haven't heard a thing about it. I mean, I haven't had a chance to watch the post game press
His
conference or
elbow.
anything. His elbow, hyperextended. Do we not know? I mean, I'm just
Don't
kind of
don't know.
wondering how long he might be out for, if at all, or if it's looking bad.
Saul just said he'll be reevaluated tomorrow, but it doesn't sound like a big deal.
Okay, and anybody got anything?
He didn't say it doesn't sound like a big deal. I'm adding that in.
Okay.
But he said they'll reevaluate tomorrow.
And just lastly, anybody got anything on John Franklin Myers, what that injury was?
That was to stop the clock and get another package in on defense. That's what that was.
It was a cramp.
All right, guys. I love Twitter. They dropped 175 people in a space, and I just got like a black screen and it killed it. So we're back. We got a lot of the folks back in here. So you know what, Ray, I'm going to step away because I got to do a few things right now. So if you and Petey can run the space.
Yeah, no sweat.
We'll go to Rusty real quick. Go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, I just want to say that it was an ugly win, but it's a win. And I'm happy with that. I mean, the special teams played outstanding. The defense was really good. I mean, we did get some penalties that I wish we hadn't gotten, and the offense, well, we're playing against the number 3 defense in the league. So I expected that it would be ugly on the offense, but we still won. So right now, I'm happy. And I have to admit, I mean, I'm a big fan of Zach Wilson, but he does need to get better. And I'm hoping that they actually game plan a little better for his strengths rather than his weaknesses. But hopefully that'll happen. I'm concerned, however, AVT worries me a lot. And Brees, well, it goes without saying, he's gotten like 100 yards or more for a few games in a row. We're going to miss that. And then you've also had Corey Davis out, which is, one of Zach Wilson's security blankets. So I don't know how serious these things are. I'm hoping that Brees, from things I'm hearing, may be serious. But maybe AVT and Corey Davis will be back. One thing I don't like, and I really want to complain about, are the refs not calling any unnecessary roughness penalties against the Broncos. I mean, there were some hits where people were out of bounds. There were hits where it was like they jumped on top of a guy who was already stopped. There were no penalties given. This is getting unreasonable. I understand that, on certain teams, special teams where you've got the big stars, they don't want to go and call penalties on them. It just seems to be that the nature of it. But this is the Broncos, who haven't played well. There's no excuse for that. So that's about all I want to say right now. I just, I'm a little concerned about New England now, and I wasn't before, but let's see how the week shapes up. We may be pleasantly surprised.
Rusty, I agree with you on a lot of your points. One thing that I feel like we're giving LaFleur a pass on is his deep ball play calling. I mean, there's literally no pass beyond 2 or 3 yards. Every pass is within 2 to 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. And teams are keying in on that. They're watching the film. The only time Zach really threw a deep ball was in Pittsburgh, and it was picked off right before the half. And, we spoke about it last night on Justin's show. everybody's like, oh, we're gonna put Braxton Barrios and Denzel Mims in instead of Elijah Moore. That the comparisons aren't even close. We had guys getting hit in the chest with the ball. Jeff Smith on that critical third down that he dropped. Let's stop those comparisons. It is imperative that we get Elijah Moore back next week. I hope he learned his lesson. I hope he wants to get back on the field. But I feel like we're giving some of this coaching staff way too much of a pass. The defense has absolutely showed up, but LaFleur's got to kick it into gear.
I don't disagree with that, Ray. I don't disagree with that.
I appreciate that. Petey, did he have an order? If not, we'll go with Mike. I believe Ground and Punt already spoke one, so we'll go to Mike.
No,
Finney.
not yet, but
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay. So we'll go to Mike, Ground and Punt, Finney, and then we'll bring the rest of the guys up.
Hey guys, I know. Honestly, I was hearing Zach. I was hearing sack during the entire game every time Zach threw a ball over somebody's head or just missed a throw he should have had. But reality is he has 3 games with no turnovers. I think that's pretty big. And then as far as the penalties, yeah, I agree. I thought that hit on Mims should have been a penalty, but at the same time, every ball that Sauce batted down should have been a penalty. I mean, he was holding guys. He was on their shoulders the entire time. They could have easily called defensive interference on Sauce multiple times, honestly. So the refereeing was bad on both sides, so I'm not too worried about that. I think Sauce needs to. He's a great player. Don't get me wrong, but he needs to just chill with how he's using his hands. Those plays can get called, and in these close games, it can be a problem. I can totally see a different officiating crew calling those penalties. With that said, I mean, our offense, our team did what they needed to do. Zach did not turn over the ball, which is a big thing. I agree he missed a lot of passes that I wish he would have gotten. And quite frankly, we don't know what the hell LaFleur is calling. In other words, maybe some of those passes short are supposed to go deep, but Zach is taking his checkdowns because he has pressure there, or he's not seeing the guy open or whatever. So I'm not killing LaFleur too much. He always comes out in the second half with adjustments, and our offense was able to move the ball a little bit better in the second half. Last thing I want to say is Michael Carter, I think, can do what Brees did. So, yes, it's upsetting to lose Brees. I'm just as upset as all of you. But at the same time, without AVT out there, our offensive line being stitched together, Carter did what he can under those circumstances. I think when AVT comes back, which I expect him back next week, Carter is going to look a lot better. That's my view.
Mike, just to comment on.
Oh, Petey, you're in the matrix for me. Can anyone else hear Petey?
I heard him for 1 second and then lost him.
Petey, you're out. I can't hear you at all. You have to come back.
I'm here.
I'll
you hear me?
You there? Go ahead, Petey. Yep, we
Yeah,
hear you.
sorry. Mike, I get it, but the respect Sauce Gardner already has from the officials is incredible, man. I know he grabs, but you got to look at it too, man. The refs are letting him play his game. And what cornerback doesn't grab? I mean, I've never seen a cornerback that's never grabbed anybody. So I hear what you're saying, but the guy is that good. He's already getting the command of respect that Revis got, like where he got called for nothing. So I hear what you're saying, but I think that's, I think it's a little bit of a reach. How many calls go against us, that people grab us and stuff? I'm surprised they called that Berrios one. But anyway, listen, I jumped in. I'm the hosting with them. Sorry, I haven't commented, but I'm sick and tired of everybody saying this and that. We freaking won. If anybody in this space legitimately thought we were going to be 5-2 at this point, I would have said you were all smoking crack. Okay, because nobody, okay, maybe one person or two people, the most in this space. Yes, I'm calling everybody out. We would have been happy. I would have been happy with 4-5 at the bye. We're freaking 5-2. And I just put a stat up. The Jets are 1-2 with Flacco. Would you rather have Flacco's stats and have a losing record or be winning with Zach Wilson 4-0? I don't give a shit how we're winning, guys. Who cares? I know Zach needs improvement, but even what Ray said, Jeff Smith has to catch that ball. He has to catch it. Hit him in the chest. Catch the ball. Make a couple of plays.
Yeah, Petey, you nailed it, man.
Ray, he
but that
managed
that
the
was
game.
that goes back to that
Yes,
whole.
Ray. I'm almost finished. Just 10
No, go
more
ahead, sorry about
seconds.
that.
He managed the game correctly. I get some people wanted to go for it. I think you get the 3 timeouts, have Denver call all the 3 timeouts. If they had an extra timeout, who knows what they could have done at the end there. Let the Jets do it. Listen, they don't trust Zach that much yet. He'll get there, and if he does it in 2 years, we move on. But Zach Wilson's the quarterback of the New York Jets, folks, for the next 2 years at least. So suck it and deal with it. Peace.
Petey, I love the landing right there, but you nailed it right there. It's just gonna have to continue to progress. I feel like that first game back in Pittsburgh, we saw him doing things that first game where he was leading receivers, stepping into his throws, staying strong in
Ray,
the
he won
pocket.
the game, Ray. He literally won the game, and everybody's going to say, oh, Michael Carter intercepted it at the 48-yard line. Who gives a shit?
Right,
We're
I hear you,
winning.
man.
Anybody would have signed. We would have laughing stock in the NFL for the last fucking 5 years. Jokes. And now people are going to say, oh, I don't like the way we're winning. Holy shit.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
I'm not specifying
No,
anybody.
no. I know you're not talking about me.
Tired
I'm
of
just
it,
saying.
man. I know Zach's got to play well, but can't we enjoy some? Yeah, I know Brees Hall got hurt.
Petey, you're 100% right. But if you listen to everybody, especially people like Mark Torres and Happy Jet, all they would say is,
wait, guys. No mentioning, nothing. Sorry, none of that.
okay, a lot of people said this year is all about developing Zach Wilson. And really, finish your point and then I'll talk after you.
No, I just think, it is about developing Zach. But you know what? There were people on here, oh, I'd rather lose, 38-35 and see Zach winning. Well, we're winning. So who cares? Who cares?
I totally get where you're coming from. I think some of it has to deal with is people are looking ahead to, the Belichicks and the Bills, and they want to feel like we have a shot against it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not, but we're Jet fans. We're always going to nitpick.
I know he needs to improve, and I don't want to take up too much time. Some of his plays were awful, but what did he do to lose the game today? Nothing. What did he do?
I got it, man.
What did he do?
I gotta say, I love this Petey. I love the passion.
Petey's always like this, especially when you know him in person. He's a very intellectual person.
Yeah, I can't wait for next Sunday. I don't care. You think I'm going to say, oh, on the first third down of the game, like, oh, the Jets won in spite of Zach Wilson. No, I'm going to be yelling, get up.
That's right. All right, let's continue to get some of these hands. We got a bunch of requests coming in.
Right.
No, you're all good, Petey. You're co-host. That's what you get to do.
We got to drop people too.
Yeah, guys, if you make your point, I'm going to drop just re-request right away. Go ahead, ground and punt. I know you were up, and then we'll get to Cousins, and I know we have to get to Finney right after that. Go ahead, ground and punt.
Good evening, everybody.
I see you, defense. I see you.
Hello,
Sorry, ground and punt.
my fellow Jet Lounge family. Listen, first things first. First 2 plays of the game were deep passes that were just thrown to no man's land, but that's a whole separate thing. I'm very happy with the win. I was talking about for the past 3 days, I'm excited about the possibility of being 5-2. I even said last night, we're like 18 hours away from being 5-2. So I'm pumped about it. Let's listen, Ray, I think I heard you jumping in saying, hopefully we get similar news that we got about Zach Wilson. We thought he was lost for the year. against the Eagles, but I believe in Brees Hall. He's a man that's focused, and you can just tell he has a quiet, calm confidence, and he's going to come back even stronger. Shout out to Ty Johnson. The guy filled in admirably well. Michael Carter made a big reception, like a 20, I think it was like a 27-yard reception. That was like got us a big first down. It was a long conversion. So, but I have to say, I got to give Joe Douglas credit on the DJ Reed signing. DJ Reed might be the best free agent signing in all of the NFL, like all of all the teams. And I don't even know, possibly going back to last year as well. This guy, forget about it, man. This guy's a Pro Bowler for sure. He tackles, he covers well. He's a tone setter for the team. He's a leader. I don't know if he's wearing a C on his chest, but in my heart, he's got a C on his chest. You know, other than that, with Zach, I don't know if I agree with Petey for the next 2 years. I don't know if that's the case. If he continues to, play really sloppy like this, I don't think he's going to get 2 more years. He'll get 1 more year, and they're going to bring in competition. But
Okay,
I mean,
wait. Ground and punt. So 1 more year, meaning next year they'll bring in competition?
I'm saying that he's not a guaranteed starter in 2024.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, 2
guaranteed.
years is this year and next year.
That's okay. That's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
That's. I thought you meant. I thought you
No,
meant.
no,
Yeah.
no.
So, and it's just disappointing that really Brett Rippon looked like the better passer today. He
But
really
what,
did.
But what did he do? Read his
Well,
stats. Read his stats.
Now we're gonna go, Petey. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
We can't have a double standard and talk about the stats. We can't, right? Because we were getting mad at people last week for not liking Zach's stats. I'm talking about what my eyes saw. Now, we want to kill LaFleur. That's fine. But, the plays were breaking down. The execution was bad. There was I really didn't see any room to run deep passes because Zach wasn't really doing a good job on pre-snap on setting up the right protections. I mean, that's just what's real.
Okay, fair enough. Ground and
you know-
punt. I got the stats right here, real quick, and then we got to move on.
I don't
But
care
look,
about
look,
the
look, look,
stats.
look. Brett Rippon, 56.9 quarterback rating, 24 for 46, 225 yards. Most of that was at the end, too. Zach Wilson, hold on, 16 for 26, 121 yards, 72.8 rating.
Petey,
Go
I
ahead.
love you. You're my
Go
fellow
ahead.
neighbor.
Yes?
How many passes did the Jets cornerbacks and linebackers break up?
Who cares? That's part of the
What do you
game,
mean,
bro.
Who cares?
It's part of the game.
Who was throwing a better ball today? Who had better pocket presence today?
Okay, let me ask you, who complains about winning? I want to
I'm
see
not
people raise their
complaining about
hand.
winning. I'm not speaking about
All
Zach
right.
per se.
I'm gonna step away, Ray.
I said a
I'm
bunch
gonna
of positive things about the game. I said DJ Reed. I gave credit to Ty Johnson. But I mean, I'm just telling you that, it was. When you say it was an ugly win, the ugliest part of the win was Zach. That's the problem. Everybody else did their part.
Okay, so would you rather have an Andy Dalton game that happened? He had 300 and something yards passing
Petey,
in Thursday
who-
night.
who-
Hold
did I
on, let
text
me
you?
finish.
Who
Let me
DM'd you
finish.
that, Petey?
Let me finish. You know
Did I
what?
DM you?
Guys, I'm muting, and I never do this. We're getting to the next hand. I'm sorry, but I'm not doing this tonight. Ray, you could unmute. I'm gonna just put myself on mute too, Ray.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll revisit this later on.
Yeah,
We'll
guys,
answer
and
the mail.
listen, there's a ton of hands up. Please keep your takes short. There's 8 people with their hands up, request all over. Please, for your own sake, people want to talk. Ground and punt, my apologies, but
I love you, bro. Come on. But I DM'd you that the other day, if you remember.
all good.
We'll revisit it afterwards when we do the crap talking show later. Cousins Settle this house.
Ray, I need 2 minutes. Sorry.
Go ahead. It's all yours.
No, go to
Oh,
somebody
be back
else
in 2
first.
minutes.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right. Benny, my partner in crime. Hell of a game. Great time, bro. Go ahead. Shoot your shot.
Yeah, what's going on, bro? Yeah, I'm happy we got the win. 5-2 is freaking huge. Now we could legitimately start talking, playoffs. Now the expectation should be playoffs. Obviously we know the Brees thing is a fucking beyond gut punch, but I'm a Zach supporter. I think he could be that guy, but you cannot tell me he's shown you jack shit really since fourth quarter of Pitt. I know he isn't losing his games, but he's really going along for the ride. Like he's not making anything easy. You know what I'm saying? It's the overthrown passes, the happy feet. He's running around scrambling it's like total backyard football. We're like, throw it away, and I'm gonna keep it with it 100. We got so fucking lucky. That was a fumble and a touchdown. Like that was an idiotic fucking play, and he's not making the right reads. The protections is off. I don't know, bro. I think the play calling isn't necessarily helping him at all. But Zach has really shown jack shit. And it's clear that we don't trust him, and he hasn't proven that we should trust him. So I question Zach Wilson is my biggest question mark on this team right now. If you told me we were getting, I hate to, because he's not even fucking all that great, but you tell me we get Kirk Cousins level quarterback play with this team, when Kirk Cousins isn't nothing fucking amazing either, but Kirk Cousins level football on this team, I guarantee you we'll be, oh shit, we could probably make a Super Bowl run. No bullshit. Just like how Cincy did before. I don't know. He has the next 3 games are going to be fucking huge, a big challenge for Zach Wilson. It's going to tell me a lot about him, but he cannot continue to have 120, 110-yard passing games. I get it. It's a good defense, but I need to see something. I need to see the big plays. Accuracy is fucking awful. Happy feet. I don't know. It's ugly for him, and I just hope he cleans it up because these next 3 games are not getting easier in the fucking slightest.
Good point,
Yeah.
Benny. I'm
Yeah.
not defending Zach, by the way. I don't think he's been good, but I don't think he's been god awful to where he hasn't costed us a game. We're 4-0 with him. So that's what I look at too. You can call me, pessimistic, whatever you want, guys, but the guy freaking hasn't lost the game yet. So he has to get better, yes. And he needs to get better going forward, yes. But I'm not going to critique every little thing he did. I can't blame him like Jeff Smith dropping a pass that hit him right in number 17. He's got to catch that ball. Sorry, guys.
1000%, Petey. Guys, I'm gonna be rotating you. Just request right back up. We have a bunch of requests, and I don't be offended.
Respond to one thing that he said.
Go ahead, Rusty, and then I'm gonna get to Cousins so he can make his point.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I agree he needs to do better, but he also needs to have LaFleur call plays that require him or have him throw the long ball because he's not getting that. And he's not going to just throw the long ball if it's not the design play that he's supposed to do.
Correct, Rusty. Correct. But there's also guys he's got to scramble because nobody's open right away.
True.
So what do you want him to do? Throw one up? And then I'm not saying you, but what do you want to do? Throw him up? Then people are going to complain. Why the hell did he throw it? Just
Right.
throw it
Petey,
away.
He's missing his top 2 receivers too. People forget Davis went out early, and then you have Elijah Moore out. So now we're relying on guys Mims who can't even be active ever, and Jeff Smith who never sees the field are now getting starter minutes. And whether we say Denzel Mims should start and all this crap, at the end of the day, there's a reason why he's a 5th receiver on this team. I think some people lose sight of it because they're like, oh, he's a 2nd-round pick. He should perform like a 2nd-round pick. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. But I want to continue to get the hands. We got a lot of people in here. Rusty, we'll definitely come back around to that tonight. Cousins, go ahead, bro.
All right. Petey, I love your passion. Just because we haven't lost doesn't mean that, it says anything great about Zach Wilson. He has to be better. I mean, Petey, the start of this game, like he was firing balls high to start the game. And LaFleur is awful. But the thing, Petey, I gotta 1,000% disagree with you. Don't bring up the record from last year. Don't bring up before Zach came here. Because when this season started, all the pundits said, oh, the AFC is impossible for the Jets to win and make the playoffs. Well, you know what? They were wrong. Because right now, it's a 4-team race for those 3 wild card spots. And my thing with sports and players, wake up smarter tomorrow than you went to bed yesterday. And Zach Wilson has got to grow. Benny was spot on. That was a fumble that should have been a touchdown. The wrong call was made. And a quarter later, he's rolling out to the right, about to step out of bounds. He throws a body across his ball to the middle of the field. That could be a pick 6. He's got to be better. He's got to be
I
smarter.
agree, Terrence. Terrence. Sorry, because my dad said it too.
Why do I
Like,
gotta be correlated with the other old guy? You can't
my,
mistake me for
oh
a young.
my
Like, come
God,
on, bro.
my
Ray or
bad.
something.
All right, hey, Benny, can I call you Benny since he's the youngest in the room? I mean, sorry,
Yeah,
Cousins.
call me a young guy.
Cousins,
Just
man,
don't
you're
call me
my
defense.
man.
Defense, nothing
Yeah.
personal. It was a joke.
All right, can I call you offense?
Yeah, Peter, you know I love you, and I'm the biggest.
Cousins,
Zach
go ahead.
guy
I'm
in
not
here. I was
defending
as
him.
optimistic
I'm not.
as anyone.
I'm not defending him, but I'm just okay. I get it, but I'm just trying to stay positive, man. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You guys can go on your rants, and I get it. I'm concerned too, but I would have signed up Cousins in March with you for 5-2. I would have signed up Cousins.
But there's my problem, Petey. What
What,
we
a
signed
power
up for
5-2?
March,
Yes.
But Petey, what we signed up for March and the reality of the situation in October are 2 different things. This
Fair
team
enough.
has a golden opportunity, and this coaching staff, specifically on offense, the offensive coordinator, and yes, the head coach. I don't care if you're a defensive type coach. If you're the head coach of this team, grab that offensive coordinator and let him know, what the fuck are you doing? My best player is your running back. Get that running back involved. Through 5 possessions, he can't have 3 carries. And
Correct.
you need to be on top of things. You need to be proactive. You need to take advantage of situations. And the Jets, as bad as things have been and as mediocre as we have been, we are right now. We have been handed a good situation. You got to take advantage of
Correct.
it. And you know what? For a
Cousins.
team that hasn't done anything in 10 years, grab this opportunity by the balls and get a playoff spot. This
Quick question.
offensive coordinator and this quarterback have got to be better. And they're the
Quick-
2 that are holding this team back.
All right, quick question. So if Zach continues to play just like this today, do you want to make a quarterback change?
No, I want the
Okay.
offensive coordinator
Fair
to
enough.
put him in situations
Because I can't
to
stand
succeed.
LaFleur.
No,
Yep.
I agree with you. The offensive coordinator needs to be held accountable. He needs to put him in situations to succeed. We've been in this space 3 weeks in a row now. Why at the halftime of 3 weeks in a row, 3 games in a row, are we saying, why is LaFleur rolling him to the left when he stinks rolling out to the left? Roll him
Cousins,
out
at
to
the
the
2-minute
right.
warning, we had 2 passing yards, and I believe we had 6 or 7 possessions by then. 2. Benny and I were talking about it. I'm like, that can't be right. And then we went in. I believe we went in with like 17 yards or something horrible. And a lot of it was because we had that 1 2-yard pass behind the line of scrimmage that I believe Barrios took for 17 or 18 yards. Besides that, there was literally nothing. And that's the issue is, Pete, and I understand some teams are slow starting, but we are like historically slow. What's going to happen is, better teams, our defense isn't going to hold up for 4 quarters being on the field like that. I believe it was at the half, it was the possession time, it was like 20 or 21-7. Like I was showing Benny it at the time. I'm like, our defense has been out there a lot.
Bro,
and they're-
yeah, the time of possession, Ray, a good point, was like 28 minutes to 20 at one point with, 12 minutes to go in the game. Yeah, I remember
My
that. That's a
my
great
last
point,
thing, and
bro.
I'll go, and you can drop me down. I've never, as a Jet fan, we've been so bad for so long. I've never complained about refs, but the ref show today was fucking disgusting.
100%.
Hey, Cousins,
That
can
lady
I
on-
ask you, was the Mosley an interception to you?
No, the last replay clearly showed it wasn't. I was all over it, and I was tweeting out that we're 5-2 motherfuckers. We're here to stay. And then I
Me
saw the
too.
last replay.
I said 5-2 snitches.
And I said, my God, I got egg on my face, and I'm going to be the guy on Twitter getting killed for posting that. Thank God they won. But next week, the ref show's got to end. We got screwed last week. We got screwed
You know
this
it's
week
coming
again.
next week, Terrence. New England's coming to town. You know it's coming.
Yeah,
Yep,
Belichick.
exactly.
We got to be better.
All right,
God.
All right,
Cousins.
yeah,
Can
we
we,
got.
Go ahead, guys.
can
like
we
9 or 10
rotate? Can we
requests, Petey. We gotta get
can we rotate you out, Cousins, and you come back in? All right. I hate rotating people,
Drop
but
me
we
down.
got.
I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate
All
it.
right,
Yep,
guys.
Finney, you're up, bro. What's up? Hope I'm saying that right.
Yo,
Or Penny.
yeah, Penny. It's all good.
Sorry, bro.
I had a little take of my own. Just wanted to hear your guys' opinions on it.
Let's hear it.
I heard on someone's show they weren't comparing, but this is what they were afraid of, that this Jets team is going to be held back like they were in the 2 playoff runs run by Mark Sanchez, that the team was good, but it was held back by a quarterback of Mark Sanchez. Whether I agree with that or not, which I don't, I happen to really like Zach Wilson. These past 2 games haven't been stat worthy. This past game wasn't that great of a game for him. But I want to compare it, or hopefully compare it as an optimistic view to year 2 Josh Allen, where it was kind of the same thing. The Bills were a great team being held back by a year 2 Josh Allen who was not good at surveying the field, just like Zach Wilson was. He was still pretty good, but they were definitely being held back by a year 2 Josh Allen. So in my opinion, I hope for the future. I'm of course hoping for the future. I love not looking at mock drafts in October. It's a beautiful thing. But I was just wondering your opinion on maybe we could get it like after a few weeks, after hopefully Zach Wilson shows some upside upcoming. If you agree with that, like comparison, I'm not saying he's Josh Allen, but like the comparison of what could be to come.
I don't agree with that. I think they're 2 different quarterbacks. We're going to be comparing Zach Wilson and Josh Allen. I understand what you're saying with the whole 09 thing with Mark Sanchez. I hear that a lot. Nothing against you. We have agreements, disagreements in here. I'm just going to tell you why I disagree with that. Those teams were based off of a bunch of guys who are in their 30s and mid-30s, close to retirement, the Jason Taylors, the Bart Scotts, the older Leonard, Jim Leonard, bringing those types of guys in. You had Sean Ellis. You had all those guys who are older, the David Harrises. This team is full of guys in their low to mid-20s. If you think about it, all of our premier guys, maybe with the exception of Mosley, but even Mosley's still playing out of his mind. I think that, by next year, this team, man, they better be going far by next year. This year, so far, the 5-2, I think we're playing better than expected. We also had some help, we were facing guys like Mitch Trubisky. We got, Brissett, the backup quarterback with Cleveland. We ran into the backup quarterback this week. So we have had the football gods on our side, but hey, you still got to win those games. But I think it's a little too premature to compare them to the 09 team. And also Josh Allen is, he's going to probably win MVP this year. He was probably, one of the MVPs last year. So it's a far reach, I think. I just think their games are completely different. Allen likes to throw the ball deep to guys like Stephon Diggs. We're short. We throw the ball short. Zach's not as mobile as Allen. He doesn't stand as tall in the pocket, which I think that's a big reason why he overthrows a lot of guys, because his ball trajectory has to be higher than most other quarterbacks because of where he's throwing from. But I could get where those comparisons are coming, but I think it's 2 separate things.
Yeah, that just a take, but I wanted to hear your opinion. Also,
we appreciate it, man.
As a 20-year-old myself, have to love the Sauce Gardner, just the charisma he's got on the field. Just like every time, even in incompletion, he could have barely been there, but definitely affected the play. Just stares into space, just in nowhere, just in the middle of the field, putting a finger up. Just I love the team.
He's
Man.
real. He's the real deal.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy, man. Let's go.
Vinny, I
Jets.
appreciate your request. We'll cycle you right back in. Got to get to the next hand up.
Yo,
Look,
Ray, Jim's next because he was on. He was going to speak the last space,
all right,
and then
we'll
he
get
got
to Jim and then to Mark Torres.
Jim. Go ahead,
Don't forget defense.
All right, defense. I see you there,
guys.
brother.
With just hang tough, all right, guys, please.
What's up,
Go ahead.
guys?
Jim,
So,
what's up, Jim?
what's up, fella? So, PD, I agree with you. My take on this game today, I don't know what guys are watching. I have no problems with Zach Wilson and how he played today. This was a top 5 defense without AVT, Brees Hall, Corey Davis. We benched Elijah Moore. This kid was running for his life because guys were coming through untouched. He didn't have any turnovers. You know, the play calling was brutal. They should have been dinking and dunking this team all game from beginning to end. I don't know what guys are looking at and think what they want Zach to do. This is what I want my quarterback to do. Does he do some crazy shit and spin out and do what he does? Yeah, he does. That's what the great ones do. He spun out of trouble and he got the ball away. He didn't take any unnecessary sacks. You know what? The one things I don't like with Zach, I don't even care about the overthrows. I hate the balls that are behind the wide receivers. Those are gonna be on the money. He does that like a couple times a game. It seems like every week, the ball behind the receiver. I don't like that part of his game. But how he played today in the past couple weeks, I have no problem with it. Like this was on the road. This is a legit defense they played. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I have no problems how this guy played today. When Patrick Mahomes is spinning around at the goal line and a spin out of a move and throwing it to a guy for a touchdown. Oh, it's great. It's this and that. You know, he was missing top 3 guys today. Top 3 guys. He didn't do anything stupid, and they won again. I honestly don't get it.
Jim, you forgot to add that Jeff Smith makes Zach Wilson better too. Sorry, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But, you know, we got to get on LaFleur. This should have been dink and dunk all
Bro,
game.
excuse me to jump in here, but all they do is dink and dunk. That's all they ever fucking do with the Jets offense.
Joe, you gotta wait your time, Joe. Joe,
How
you
many
gotta
Joe,
wait your
Joe,
time.
Joe? I mean, but they always think that's all they ever do is
Stop,
dink
Joe.
and dunk. That's their offense.
Well, but last week it was a bad weather game. He didn't have to go toe to toe with Aaron Rodgers. Like, you don't have to do, if something's working, you don't have to go away from it. Now, again, there's going to be times when he's going to get into a shootout, and he's going to have to do that. And you know what, Mike LaFleur, listen, I saw Rippin today taking shots downfield on Sauce. You know what I like to see? 3-step drop, throw it up for Garrett Wilson, see if he can make a play. Now, I don't know if that's Mike LaFleur. Just like, you can't just say that. Listen, let's take a shot here. When it's 2nd and 5 at midfield after they missed that field goal, take a shot. They don't have to be wide open in the NFL. You could draw a penalty, and I don't know if that's a LaFleur thing or a Zach thing. You know, they're just banging it into his head. Don't do any turnovers. Like, they need to do that. But he hasn't had to go toe-to-toe in a shootout with anybody yet. But this was a dink and dunk game, and it should have been from the beginning, and especially missing those guys. They're legit defense. You know what? Both tight ends should have had 3 catches today each, 3 or 4 catches each. It should have been slants, screens, tight end screens, end arounds until they stop it. I don't get why they're going for the home run balls, but I don't care about the overthrows. I don't care about him improvising and running around. You know what? One day he's going to do one of those run arounds. He's going to do those spin moves, and he's going to get blasted. It's coming. But all these quarterbacks get it. They'll get it. It's going to happen. But hopefully he doesn't get freaking hurt doing it. But it's going to happen. I have no problem how this kid is playing. LaFleur got to just plan better. I don't get his strategy sometimes. I
see
really
your points,
don't.
Jim. I do. You know what? You're on PD's side of the fence. And listen, if they go out and beat New England next week, it won't matter because Belichick's going to take that part of our offense away. We all know it, especially if Brees is down. That short game's going to be taken away. We're going to have somebody step up and see if Elijah Moore is actually going to come back. But we got to continue to get the hands. We have so many.
Jim, let me
requests.
move. Jim, I'm going to move you down, Jim, and then come back up if you can. Appreciate you, Jim.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, we're going to go
Got
Torres, defense, Kenny, and we'll continue to go. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of requests coming. I'm trying to remember the order we're bringing you guys in, so just be patient.
No, I appreciate you, Ray, and I'll be brief. Listen, I was at the game. I know a lot of you guys know that. I don't think it doesn't come across on the TV screen, but this is a brutal environment to play. Denver's got a top 3 defense. They're loud, okay, with the altitude. It's a very difficult environment to play in. All right, you got to give respect to Patrick Surtain, and these guys are coming for blood. And keep in mind, you have your other number 1 receiver, Elijah Moore, who decided to stay home, and then you've got a rookie and Vincent Smith and fucking Denzel Mims and Braxton Berrios, and you're expected to try to compete. This is not easy, and if Breece Hall goes down, like, I feel like, listen, guys, perspective, all right? They won a brutal football game, and it was going to be a 17-10 football game, and if the Jets managed to win, we should see that victory for what it was. With regard to the offense, I'll say 2 things. Number 1, with regard to Mike LaFleur, what drives me bananas about this offense is that 1, when it's second down and short, these guys need to take a deep shot. All right? They need to understand when it's second and short, take a deep shot, see what you can get. It's a great opportunity to push the ball downfield. And number 2, with regard to Zach Wilson, like, you gotta give this guy a break. He's a second-year quarterback. You can't expect him to be anything more than that, man. They need to work on, honestly, the wide receivers need to work on the scramble drill. They need to understand that after the play breaks down, the first play, okay, second play, get open for your quarterback. Come back to the quarterback. Find a way to get open. Don't just stand there like a jackass. Find a way to get open. Give your quarterback some help. He's probably his right.
Mark, you're right, because I saw on one play Denzel Mims just stopped on a curl route, and he was just looking at Zach. He stopped. I saw it with my own eyes. It's a great point, bro.
That's all. That's all I want to say, P. Look, it's a win. Let's not gripe and bellyache too much. The Jets won in hostile territory. Let's appreciate that victory for what it was. That's all. Thank you, Petey. Thank you, Ray and Zach.
Mark,
Thanks,
it's kind
Mark.
of like what I was saying yesterday. Get the win and get the hell out of there, because we all knew it was going to be a brutal win.
Mark,
It's just
get your voice back too, Mark. I know you
Yeah,
were screaming there. Good job, bro. Way to
Hey, you know what,
represent
PD? We
Jets.
always say this after those kinds of games when, we've been there together. When you're winning and you're screaming and have no voice, there's almost like nothing like it.
Ray, I have
It's like
one
you work
question
just
for
as
you.
hard.
Yeah, Ray, are you going to be upset next week if it's 19-17 and the Jets beat Belichick?
If
No
I
ma-
don't get I'm at this point right now. I want to see the progression out of Wilson, but it also depends who's on the damn field. If we win next week, we win. I look at it like that. I'm upset just with everybody else. It's the initial reaction too. Before I go back and watch the game again to try to see who was open, what was really happening, what was the defense doing. It's kind of more of the initial reaction, but I get where you're coming from. Well, let's continue to move along. Go ahead, defense.
Yeah, and I'm devastated. Like I feel heartbroken over this Breece Hall injury. Like I'm hearing ACL, and there's nothing for me to complain about other than that, man. Like if we lose Breece Hall, I'm gonna lose a lot of my excitement, just for this team. But regarding Zach Wilson, man, I'm gonna defend him. A lot of people don't want to defend him, and these aren't excuses. I think anybody that watched the game seen no Mekhi Becton, seen no George Fant, seen no Elijah Moore, felt like Breece Hall and Corey Davis was out for the entire game. And you know what? He didn't lose the game. He had 0 turnovers. And as far as the play that people say could have been a fumble, well, a ground can't cause the fumble first and foremost. Like he had possession till the ball bounced off the ground. But look at the Jumbotron, man. Herbert, 3rd-year kid, he threw it in and he lost the fumble. He lost the game. Jimmy Garoppolo, a 10-year veteran, he threw an interception. He lost the fumble. They lost the game. Jared Goff, where was he drafted? 2 interceptions, 2 lost fumbles. His team lost the game. The guy Ripien, that we just played, 1 interception, lost the game. Matt Ryan, 15-year veteran, 2 interceptions, lost the game. Jacoby Brissett, Bill Belichick tree, 1 fumble, they lost the game. And last but not least, Davis Mills, 1 interception, they lost the game. And then Tom Brady, the great, 3 points all day, they lost the game. Zach Wilson, 0 turnovers. We're 5-2. So, he like I'm all with Pete on this. He didn't lose the game, and he was on the road against a great defense. And then the last thing I want to say, it doesn't fit a lot of fans' agenda because we don't want to give quarterbacks time to develop. A kid from BYU that never seen these type of defenses. But I'm going to go back to Josh Allen. His second year, 18 turnovers, like 13 interceptions and 5 fumbles lost. And worse than that is the Buffalo Bills defense in 2019, his second year. They were number 1 and number 2 in yards and points, but that offense was 23 and 24. Like, Josh Allen had these games times 10, his second season. So, I'm excited about 5-2. I couldn't have predicted it myself. I wrote the article. I had us 4-3 after 7. I had us losing this game, months ago. But yeah, the only thing I'm upset about is the Breece Hall. But in regards to Zach Wilson, come on, man. He didn't lose us this game. He might have not won the game, but that's why we got this defense, man. It's a playoff caliber defense, and we need the defense to lift up Zach Wilson in these type of games. There's going to be more of these games, guys. It's his second year. He's pretty much a rookie. 17, 18 games. That's all I got to say, man. I'm upset about Breece, but not upset about Zach Wilson, man. We're 5-2, guys.
Appreciate your take, D.
And you're Ray, it's the 5th best start in Jets franchise history since the 60s. 5-2. It's only happened 5 times.
He tested, especially if he's missing some of these weapons. So we'll see going forward. But let's keep this train going. Go ahead, Kenny, Joe, and then we'll beat Maddie.
One last thing, Ray. One last thing I gotta say, man. I love you, Joe and Clark. I love you. But months ago in the offseason, when you were complaining about the Mets, I specifically said, heading into Week 8, if we got a top 2 record in the AFC, bro, I don't want to hear it.
All right, guys. Go ahead, Kenny. Defense going to rotate you out. We got a lot of questions. Come right back, man.
Yeah, with Zach, I know he's not losing his games, but I don't want to hear about players missing, Corey Davis being out. It's just the throws that he makes. They're not there. The throws are behind. He almost got Mims killed today. The throws are not there. He's not making them. When he does have time and when he does release the ball, he's putting it in the wrong spot. I go by the eye test. And right now my eyes are telling me that he's not playing well. Yeah, the team is winning. Yeah, he's not turning the ball over. But eventually it's going to catch up to you. It's going to catch up to you when you're going to get into a shootout where the defense has a lapse where they're going to give up 25, 26 or higher points. And that's where you need Zach to step up. But he has to play better. This game should have been over going into the fourth quarter. Over. They should have been up by 14, I feel. He has to play better. No doubt about it. He hasn't done nothing since that fourth quarter in Pittsburgh. And there's no excuses. You know what? When you release the ball, right now his footwork is horrible. You see him in the pocket. He doesn't even go in the pocket. Never steps up. You never see him step up in the pocket. Never. That's on the coaching, but it's on Zach too. You got to start looking like a quarterback, and he doesn't look like a quarterback right now. It reminds me of Pop Warner football when a kid is like 8 years old and he's throwing the ball 3 yards, and that's like the best pass he can throw. So if he finds his game, this team could be unbeatable. So he wasn't drafted in the second, third, or fourth round. He was the number 2 pick, and right now he just doesn't look like one. Has to step up.
Kenny, I think it is
Fair
too.
enough.
When we're talking about these things, I was talking to Benny about it today. I feel this offense looks very predictable. We ran that same quick wide receiver out 4 or 5 times, it feels. Those short passes, it's almost like I feel, we got to give credit to Denver to a certain extent, but you almost feel like you know what's coming. Like there's no threat of that.
They did nothing.
Pass
They did nothing.
on this
Nothing
team
in the
right now.
playbook to keep the defense honest. There was not one draw play. There was not one screen pass. Nothing. It was very vanilla. And when you do that against the top defense in the league, you're lucky to win the game. You really are.
Kenny, Kenny, if Zach plays like this against Buffalo, we're going to lose 35-6
Yeah,
at home.
we will.
So I agree with that. So he's got to step up. But listen,
Yeah,
it
exactly.
is what it is right now. I'll
Listen,
deal.
it's wins and losses. That's what matters. But this team can be so much better if this quarterback plays like a second pick in the draft. He was drafted that high for a reason. He was supposed to be the franchise quarterback. And going back right now, looking at stats, Sam Darnold put up better numbers. Mark Sanchez blows him away. So
Not in his first
Sanchez
year.
played good the first year. He really did. He really did.
11. Wait, he played what? He played awesome.
Yeah,
in the
but his
playoffs.
first year he had decent
Kenny.
stats. I'm just
Kenny, he had 11 touchdowns and 22 interceptions in his first year in the regular season.
but
That's not good.
But even with that, you can't keep putting up these 120-yard games. I don't care who you play it against. You got to look like a quarterback once in a while. And when he does those schoolyard rollouts, it's hilarious what he's doing. You don't do that. Just throw the ball away. And like I said, it almost cost him. It almost cost him, but it didn't. But like I said, it's going to catch up to him.
Yeah, eventually. All right, go ahead, Joe. And then we got Maddie. And then we'll follow it up with Steven. And then we'll go to Lee.
Bravo, my buddy. It's so nice to have someone, an intelligent speaker that gets it. That gets
Joe,
it. That gets it. Thank you. Kenny, I love you. Couple things. One is, if Zach's listening, this is so depressing. I just read this. This makes me even so sick. That the run today by Breece Hall, that 62-yard run, was timed at 21.9 miles an hour, the fastest time by a running back all year, anywhere in any game. The guy was a freak. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. There again, my thing about the Jets are jinx. I mean, you can't make it up, though, bro. Last year, Lawson, you're telling me he's LT in training camp. He blows his Achilles out in training camp for the first game. These things happen to us more than anybody. You can say what you want, guys. It does happen to us. We get a beautiful new car and it gets somebody backs into it, and that's what it feels like. But all right, anyway, two other things. I'm sick and tired. And Ray, tell me this doesn't bother you. How many times on 3rd and 7 we get fucking 5 yards? They never run to the sticks. Get past the.
I say that to Benny all the time. I'm
oh
like,
my
let's go
God.
2 yards short.
How many times? Get to the sticks. I mean, I blame the receiver for that, not the quarterback. You gotta run the route, man. That's terrible. We do that all the time. Thirdly, and Pete, this is for you. We spoke back in the summer when the Mets were kicking ass and scoring runs, and I kept saying to you, Pete, I understand we're scoring runs, people. You know what? The way we do it, we need 5 singles to score 1 run. We're gonna have to hit the long. Joe, stop complaining, bro. We're 30 games over 500. Just like this with Zach Wilson. We're winning games with everything. So Joe, stop complaining. We're 5-2. I'm telling you, was I right with the Mets though? That we just died. We couldn't get a big hit. We couldn't get a double, a home run, nothing. There's all singles. And the same thing with Zach. Eventually, Pete, he's going to have to, like Kenny said, we did not draft him 2nd overall to be a fucking game manager. We could have got Zach Mills.
Joe, I never said that though, Joe.
No, I'm saying we could have got that guy Mills in the 5th round and got him.
Yeah, we could have. We could have got a lot of things.
Yeah.
But we have Zach Wilson, so support him.
I want 300. I'm tired. I want to see him play like Joe Burrow today. Joe Burrow, 370 yards at halftime. We never played. What can we play like a real offense?
Joe,
like
we had 2 yards at the 2-minute warning.
Oh my God! I'm just saying, guys. We never played like. I'm so sick of everything. 110 yards, 120 yards passing. Come on, I mean, I could get a Pop Warner kid to do that. I mean, come on.
But Joe, you're the same guy that said to fire Saleh week 1. So
I still love
changes?
Saleh. I don't think I'm not saying he's a great coach yet. They're winning.
So wait, has Saleh? Has he won you over? Let me ask you that.
No, not yet. I mean,
how could? All right, he was
Super
under.
Bowl.
He was
Bro,
under.
come on. He's
under. Oh,
I
man.
think they're winning. I'm sure he has something to do with it, but I'm not sold on him yet. Like Bill Parcells, we got Bill Parcells.
Nobody said there's never going to be another Bill Parcells.
But I can't say I feel that way like I felt with Rex. I knew Rex right away. That first year, man, this guy, I was in love with him. I mean, I can't say that about Saleh. I don't know yet. I hope so. So far, so good.
Okay, Joe. So say these, and let's play hypothetical here, and then I'm moving on. So
Okay.
say that these injuries keep mounting up. Davis is out a couple weeks, sprained MCL. Verituk is out 6 weeks. Breece Hall's at it, keeps continuing, and they finish 7-10, 8-9. Well, you're going to think that Saleh did a bad job. because they collapsed.
I don't think I would even put. I'm not- to me. I'm more concerned right now about Zach Wilson. I want to know. I have to know by the end of this year that we have the right guy. I cannot go into next year wondering still if we went
Well,
9-8 and he
Joe,
was bad.
okay, so then we're going to eat $20 million in cap money next year for one quarterback and then sign another one for 45.
I'm not
So
saying
we'll
that,
have
Pete, but
65.
all right. I'm
And
just
what's
saying,
your
Pete,
solution, though? You want
I don't have a
everything,
Guys,
but
I think
what
I
is your
think what I
solution?
think this conversation is for a later date. To be honest
Well,
with you.
I'm trying to see what his positive
I
is.
don't
Is
know.
there
I
any
don't know what the
positive in
solution
the
is.
game?
I don't
Is
know.
there any
Yes, the
positive
defense
today,
played. Yes,
Joe?
I'm very happy that the defense played great. I mean, and I love Brees Hall looked like he was going to have a monster game today before he got hurt, and they held on. Sauce Gardner is unbelievable. He's the best, he's the best cornerback in football. I mean, yeah.
Listen, let's be real. Sauce Gardner is a top 10 defensive player in the league right now.
Absolutely, he's the best rookie. He's probably the best rookie in the league right now.
And I love all the people who are like, he can't tackle. I'm like, I yet to see him miss one.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought I'd throw that thing out. I don't know if Zach's there, but when I saw that, it's funny. You don't think of Brees as being that fast because I guess he doesn't look like a burner like that. But
he ran a 4.39 in the combine.
I
People
know, but
forget that.
I know, but that run today was just like, oh my god!
Like, look, Joe. For comparison, you had Ezekiel. I believe it was Ezekiel Elliott, and I think Dalvin Cook ran 4.51.
I know.
I mean, you're talking a complete difference. So,
Crazy, it's crazy. But I just hope he comes back next year. 100. You know, he's still 22.
is it confirmed it's torn?
I mean, it doesn't sound good.
I mean, I was told that Zach had a torn ACL too. So,
but the way Salah
let's
said
just
it,
wait before we
said
put the gun to our head.
Salah said it's a serious knee injury. He goes, "It's his ACL. That's all. We'll know more tomorrow." When he says serious,
exactly. So let's just wait before we jump to the full conclusion. Joe, stay right there, Joe. I want to get to Maddie. I'm going to be rotating a couple of people out when you're done. Just request to come back up as it starts to slow down as the night goes on. But what's going on, Maddie?
Wow. I was going to say something, but there's just so much to unpack when Joe gets the mic. Anyways, I'll try to keep it.
So all those faces.
Oh, my God, Joe. I'm not going to make this like an isolation thing. I'm just going to say my point and get out of here. Guys, I'm leaning on the PD Pablo side here. I don't know what you guys were expecting when we went into Denver today. I don't know what the expectation was. As Mark said, I've actually been to 5 games. I lived in Denver for 5 years. I've been at like 4 or 5 games there. There's a legit home field advantage there. The stadium shakes. The altitude's high. They have a ferocious defense that was clearly a bloodbath. So these guys who are coming in here saying, oh, we just need to dump it off more. Or and then the same people are saying we need to be more creative. Well, we tried to come out and throw the ball down the field on the first few plays. That didn't work. And you think it's just so easy to just dump the ball off. They're waiting for that shit. If we're saying that, us average Joes, or I know some of us played like high school football and all that, but like, like if we know that already, of course they know that that's what they want to do. It's not easy to move the ball on them. So we won the game. There was no turnovers. And anyone who thought that Zach Wilson was going to look like Joe Montana, I just don't know what the expectation is there. If you look at every single team that's played versus the Denver Broncos this year, none of them moved the ball. None of them threw the ball versus Denver. So Zach did what he was supposed to do in this specific game to win the game. So I don't care. They won the game. As it relates to if he's the guy or not, we'll cross that bridge when he comes to it. He's still young. He's going to develop. And, as it relates to, going back to Salah, look, I mean, there's so many points here. But, I'm just going to say I'm happy to win. And, look, I'll say, PD, just like everyone here, it killed me. It kills me to see Brees and Elijah get hurt. But you know what? This is going to bother everyone I say it, but injuries are unfortunately part of this violent gladiator game that we're watching and rooting for and identifying with. And unfortunately, this shit happens. So hope to God Brees can repair the ACL and come back healthy next year.
Maddie, so it took, even though it was a away game, it took the LA Chargers overtime in a muff punt at their own 20-yard line to beat Denver last week. So
right, with the quarterback that everyone says is the big, handsome, throws the ball far. Everyone loves. He's the best top 5 quarterback in the league, and they barely squeaked by.
Was that game in Denver or San Diego?
It doesn't matter where it was.
No, I'm curious. Where was it?
Yeah,
LA.
it was in LA, and Denver still put up a dogfight. So
I just don't know. I don't, like Mark said, I don't, until you've gone to a game in Denver and you've been there, I just don't know what everyone expected from this game. It was going to be ugly. It was going to be exactly what it was. And And Zach did what he needed to do. And everyone also was saying that the refs, we got screwed by the refs. Okay, well, there was a couple of calls in that game that we could have got that could have went Denver's way. That didn't. Now we got a lot of penalties against us, a ton of penalties, but we don't know if those penalties were legit or not. Maybe we're just young and playing a very aggressive style, and that's going to lead to a lot of penalties. Has anyone thought of that?
But Maddie, the undisciplined penalties, that Vinny Curry, that idiotic roughing the passer penalty.
But Ray,
that
if you want
shit
these guys to
happens
rush
every week, and it's
Ray,
gotta stop.
Ray, I
but Ray,
understand
you
that.
can't, guys. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You want violence. You want guys who are going to sack the quarterback
Oh
on every
no,
single
Maddie,
play.
Maddie,
Once in a while,
Maddie.
that's going to happen. And he didn't.
No, it's not. But that's the thing, man. It's not once in a while. It's every single week it happens.
Yeah, but
Vinny
they're
Curry's
also
been in the
playing in a
league for over 10 years. That roughing the passer call cannot.
But Ray, the same thing, Ray, the same trait that is making them a good defense right now is the same trait that is causing some of these penalties. Sometimes you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you could play violent, but you could play smart. The quarterback got rid
Ray,
of that
I
ball.
don't know
He took
about you,
3
man, but when you're in a
steps.
fight and you're throwing a punch, you can't just stop throwing
Well,
the
it
punch
happened.
before.
But wait,
It's different. You're not throwing a punch.
it happened in the Giant game with Leonard Williams. They had him stopped or whatever, and he had a rough in the passer or whatever. It happens, man. Vinny Curry knows.
I was
No,
fine today.
being undisciplined is being undisciplined.
All right,
go,
so Vinny,
go watch
so
the Patriots. They don't do things like that.
bro, they have rough in the passer penalties and unsportsmanlike conduct. Every team does it.
No, look, last week it was the idiot on the bench talking to the ref running onto the field. And
Right.
now
He
this
ran.
week it's-
All right. So that's on. All right. I'm
PD,
not
but
doing
that's
this.
the thing is we can make excuses when it starts costing us games, which
But
it will. We've been
Okay.
very fortunate that it hasn't, because it hasn't come in a crazy critical moment. Everybody's gonna then get on them. I don't understand
And
that.
by the
That's
way, the
been
only
an issue since last year.
And the only reason I made the emojis, by the way, is look, Joe, I love you, but if you're just gonna vent and say it only happens to us, look, we all know we want to say that we can't have nice things, but what is it gonna do? What is it gonna do if we just come in and just say, oh, this only happens to us. This only happens to us. What is that gonna do?
Yeah, I get it, Maddie. I guess we'll just agree
Thanks,
to
guys.
disagree on the. I don't know where Joe is, but go ahead, Steven. We'll get to Steven. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me up.
What's up,
Petey,
bro?
Petey, what's going on, man?
Steven, what's up? Good to see you.
All right, so obviously, the gut punch of the Brees Hall news really took the air out of this W. Just because he was the most dynamic, promising offensive player we've had since in my little lifetime, since for a while now, at least in terms of just potential of what he was, especially coming off that huge 60-yard run today. The positives I took from this game was obviously the defense. I mean, Sauce Gardner is that guy. I was actually so happy that Rippon threw to him on the 4th down, because they've been not really throwing to him all day, and I was just I wanted to see him make a play, and he made it at the end. So since it's going, listening to the spaces, it seems to be like it's a Zach guy or not a Zach guy. I was a little alarmed today. I get all the scenarios and all the things that went against Zach today, losing Vera Tucker, your best lineman, the best receiver that's playing for us right now, in Davis. It's just the way, and maybe this is a LaFleur issue. Maybe it's a combination of them. It just looked like we had a 3rd-string quarterback, and Rippon was like the veteran or guy, just the way their offense was run. And I can't remember the last time we ran a comeback or a deep in route. And I don't know if that's LaFleur not trusting Zach, or I should say the offensive line to hold up, or the thing with Zach's that is starting, and this is just me, maybe I don't know football or whatever. It seemed like he came into the NFL gunslinger mentality and was really getting interceptions, and really it looked bad for him. And then he came back and he's played well, didn't throw any interceptions, but now it looks like he's a little gun shy, because it looks like he's a little happy to leave the pocket. He does that spin move in the pocket now, where it always seems like he does that and he runs right into a sack. And it just seems like he's a little hesitant to let the ball rip and go downfield. And I don't know. And again, it seems like now, but the pass that he'll get now is he'll go like 12 quarters without an interception. So at least that's like a good thing. But it just seems like he's just like there's no like progress with this offense. Now, that being said, we're going to learn a lot, obviously, in the next the rest of the season now with Breece Hall going down, because now LaFleur has to adjust the offense. It can't be just a run heavy, 60-65 split or just a run heavy dosage. We're going to have to throw the ball to open up everything. And we've got to figure out the Moore situation. We've got Garrett Wilson. We had tight ends that I was so ecstatic about coming into the season, like to use, and it just seems like they're an afterthought or just blockers. Like the thing I get all the, like I said, not so much excuses if you just want to call, the things that have happened with Davis and AVT in the line. But at the same time, he was the second overall pick for a reason. He's now had, I think it was today was his 17th game. He's now had time. Like, I get Joe Flacco was a statue back there, but he was a statue and he knew how to read a defense. And Zach has to be able to stay in there and not just run, because he makes these these great, escapes. And then it just seems like it's all hell breaks loose. And maybe he's just a little too quick to run. I don't know. It's just, I get, the best way to describe it is I just get nervous now when I see him drop back, because I'm not expecting good things, because I'm a little tentative about what the decisions he's going to make. Yeah, he's not throwing the interceptions, but we're also not throwing like anything past like 10 yards. Every play, it seemed to me like, was just a little throw to the flat for a screen or a dump off and somebody make a play when like I said, I can't remember the last time I saw a flag route or a deep out route or something like that. So I'm these next coming weeks are becoming very telling for LaFleur and Zach, because the offense has to change now with Hall going down. That being said, them being 5-2, and I'll wind down now because I know I'm a little rambling, but them being 5-2, I'm so ecstatic. I mean, we've played our asses off. The whole Salah receipts, PD, your point about like I'll admit I was turning into a little bit of a Joe guy, where I was just like, get Salah. Salah may not be the guy. Zach, But I'll say this about Salah and the coaching staff: like they look like they're making progress every week, coaching and everything. Like the whole receipts thing that could have came back to bite us, but he said it, and they're learning and coaching up, and it's been great. And the rookies, I mean, just everybody, man. I'm hoping Jermaine comes back. I'm hoping Fant can come back. Like Sauce is that guy, man. Like I said, it's so great watching him, and Reed, man. Those two on either side is so, and Carter, can't even go without talking about him. On defense, Michael Carter. I'm just ecstatic about this defense.
Appreciate your answer, Steven.
Steven, thanks for coming on, bro.
Go ahead, Lee.
What's up, fellas? With PD and I think it was Mike earlier. I feel like, as long as you're winning this.
Lee, can you get a little closer to your phone?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I agree with PD and Mike. I think it was earlier. I'm just more so worried about winning games. I'm not really worried about Zach at this point. Obviously he's playing to what Mike LaFleur is drawing up, what he's giving him. I feel like he's just trying to make him a game manager. I don't think he's trying to change it up too much either. He's trying to simplify it, keep it simple for him. As long as you're winning, that's all that matters. As long as you see progress, in the next year or two, obviously you want to see a progression. But I wouldn't be worried about the stats and how much he's throwing. Obviously, the Breece Hall, that's the big thing I'd worry about, because, Mike LaFleur coming from that wide zone offense, we know you like to run the ball a lot. And with him out, now you're going to need Michael Carter to step up, So to me, that's the only thing I'd really be worrying about. Looking ahead, you're on a roll now. You've got confidence. Sauce Gardner's playing lights out. Quinton Williams has stepped up also. So, yeah, I think the outlook's good, man. I wouldn't be complaining about the little things at this stage, just as long as Zach Wilson progresses, then I don't see too much to worry about.
Hey, Lee, what time is it in New Zealand?
Oh, it's, what day is it today? We had a holiday, so today is Tuesday. It's like 2:30 in Navajo.
Appreciate you coming on, man.
No worries, man.
Thanks a lot, Lee.
Hey, Lee, you might be the first. Can you mute Lee real quick?
Yep.
Hey, Lee, you might be the first Jet Lounge person from New Zealand. Welcome, brother. Come back, all right? Appreciate you very much.
Thank you guys.
All right. Good point. I don't know who's next. Right.
We haven't heard from Shawnee Darts
And the other Sean too.
and the
Yeah,
other
and then
Sean too.
we'll get back to everybody else, all right?
And then we got to make sure we get to
TRS.
yeah, TRS. So go ahead, Shawnee Darts.
Hey guys. I know I heard we were talking about the running back situation a little. I mean, obviously it's terrible what happened to Brees today. I mean, I remember I was so happy when they jumped up to get him. Like earlier, I had watched him a little bit in college. I thought he was fantastic, but it's a moot point now. He's probably not going to be here, but for the rest of the year. But we'll see what happens. But I did hear Saleh say in the presser that Zonovan Knight was going to get his opportunity. So I don't know if. I mean, I was a big fan of Bam Knight there in the preseason, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops. I know we were talking about, Joe Douglas might make a move. I don't know. It just seemed like the way Saleh was saying it, though, that like it was going to be Bam Knight's. It was going to be Bam Knight's turn to get some reps. Also, they said I heard them say too that Corey Davis was cleared to play, but they just kind of were taking it a little. Like he was cleared to play to come back into the game, but they just didn't put him back in. I don't know if it was at the very end or what exactly happened with that because they weren't super clear. So I'm hoping he'll probably be back next week. Elijah Vera Tucker, who knows? But one of the things that kept killing me during this game was even like I know we're all talking about Zach Wilson, and he's got to be better. There's no doubt about it. He just finished his 17th game, so it's just 1 year in.
18.
Today was 18?
Believe so.
Okay, so just over
Oh,
18.
it's 15.
Oh, I stand corrected then. So,
So
anyways, it's a game, but you're right. You're right where you're going.
yeah, and I mean there's no doubt about it. He's got to be better. I think he didn't look as comfortable today as I'd seen him, even in games that he wasn't really playing great, but he looked more comfortable just playing the position and in the pocket and everything. He looked a little like he was a little rattled all game. I mean, who knows mentally if losing all those guys at the beginning of the game kind of had something to do with that. But there's no doubt he's got to be better. We're not going to. I mean, we're all happy we're 5-2, and I'm ecstatic about it. I'm so happy. It's me. We haven't experienced success in so long. This is phenomenal, but he's got to be better, and we ain't going to go anywhere. It's like all of us want to relive January 1969. Like if he keeps playing like that, that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree
Yep.
with you, Sean.
Hey, Ray, I just want to read this quick stat.
Go ahead before I know
Sauce,
the other Sean.
yeah, Sauce Gardner as the nearest defender today. 3 receptions allowed for 8 yards on 9 targets over 47 coverage snaps. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, phenomenal. That's great to pull that out.
Shawnee,
great.
good. Yeah, good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, Sean, good to hear from you. Sean Stevens.
Oh, thanks, guys.
What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, Sean?
Good, bro.
Hey, I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds with today's call. I just want to say, look, good win. Brees Hall injury definitely sucks. But I mean, I'm listening to the space and to everyone talking, and I think the one thing, like, I'm sure it's being said, but I'm gonna say, like, guys, we're 5-2. It may not have looked aesthetically pleasing. Like, I'm sitting here watching the game today. Yeah, I'm screaming, Zach, get rid of the ball. Zach, throw the ball away. Zach, what are you doing? But you know what? It's clear that this team is going to be carried by the defense, not the offense. You know, we could look to LaFleur to, scheme up Zach better. And I'm sure, you know what? He's scheming up stuff for Zach. Zach's not either. Zach is gunshot in the pocket. He's pumping. Even I think the announcer Davis said it. He's double clutching a lot of his throws. I think it's been drilled to him not to make mistakes. And although that's what we want from him, that's not why we drafted him. And I understand Joe's frustration. Like, hey, we drafted this guy second. I looked at Trevor Lawrence today. I watched some of the Giants game, and he's getting killed too. But you know what? He's making NFL throws, and it's not too much for Zach for us to have Zach make those kind of plays. A lot of plays he do behind the receiver. He got Mims killed today. A couple of plays, a couple of throws to Wilson, he didn't put it in the right spot. It's those little things that he has to work on. But I'm not gonna be upset about how the numbers look today. We're 5-2, and we got a chance to be 6-2, and we're probably gonna play another backup QB next week. But I don't care because if this defense plays like it played today, next week, we should win next week. We're at home. It's going to be crazy. I hope it is. I'm trying to get a ticket to the game now. But,
Sean, DM me. I can get you tickets for the price that we pay for season ticket holders. All right.
I will. I will do that. I
You
will
need,
do that later on. I will do that
but you
tomorrow.
may. But Sean, you may have to wave to the United pilot up there because they're pretty high up. But he'll say
Nah,
hello
look.
to you.
Nah, that's all right, man. Look, I haven't been to a game in a couple years, and I just know the atmosphere is going to be crazy this
Yep.
weekend.
And Sean, just to say that point, I want to just jump in with you. Guys, I am ecstatic that at the end of October and November, I'm going to a Jet home game finally in the last 7 years that actually means something. So I'm ecstatic to go to the game next week. If you're not, stay home.
Exactly, and this is my last point. Like to go up what you just said. Like, guys, we're 5-2. We're probably. I'm not looking at seeding or if the playoffs end, if the season ends today, where we're going to be. The fact that we're 5-2 and this defense is playing lights out, they're going to have to carry us this season, and we just have to hope that Zach fixes whatever problems he has. Getting comfortable and just let it loose. I'd rather him let it loose than just play scared because that's not going to help us. So with
Yeah,
that,
get your point, man. For sure.
So with that, thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Sean. As
No problem.
always.
Yo, Sean, I just want to give you a quick shout out, bro. That was fucking fantastic. You playing scared. We can't play scared if you want to win big games in this league. We're winning now. You can't play scared if you want to win big.
Benny, to your point, I'll go off Benny. Benny, to your last point, I remember Boomer Esiason saying this when he was coming up. He said on the radio maybe a couple of years ago, he said the coach told him, I'd rather you throw interceptions than play scared. So Zach has to have that mindset if you want to, take it any further this year. He has to let it rip. I'd rather him let it rip and see what happens than rather than run 20 yards backwards, run left, and then throw the ball 10 yards before the line of scrimmage like he did today, which scared the shit out of me, honestly.
Yeah, I hear you, Sean. Guys, I'm going to be getting to you as we're going around. I'm trying to get to people that haven't spoken yet or even in the first show that went down. So TRS, then we'll get to Matt and John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's going on, bro?
Hey, just a few things. Like everybody's saying, I'm happy, ecstatic. We're 5-2. Let's just take a moment. I don't know when the last time we were 5-2 was. Last time I remember we were actually winning was 2015. But with that being said, a lot of people are critical, Zach. I am one of those people, but it's only because, I want to see some development because, people talk about his arm talent, all that stuff. So, unfortunately, Breece Hall might be out for the season. I hope not, but it's not looking too good. And I really want Mike LaFleur to really take this opportunity to let, Zach let it rip, whether it's, against a hard team or a good team, just let the guy get comfortable. Our offensive line is not the greatest, so it does make it hard. I do know that, but, at least make use of that arm talent a little bit more because, he has that. And we didn't draft Case Keenum, we drafted Zach Wilson because that was a part of his game. So I'm not too critical. He's doing well managing the game. He's doing the things that he's asked. But, when you got receivers like Denzel Mims, Corey Davis, I know Corey Davis isn't playing, those are receivers you can throw the ball up to and make a play. Those are Super Bowl type plays too, or playoff type plays. Let the kid go downfield sometimes,
Yep. And guys, Ray, can you hear me? Ray?
I hear you, Petey.
Yep.
I got you.
All right, guys. Yeah, guys, don't forget tomorrow morning at 8:30, tune in to Benny's show. That'll be Victory Monday show. Another Victory Monday, by the way, folks. Tomorrow night, Tanat and I. Wednesday, we got Kenny and Joe. Thursday, we have the original Jet Lounge, and I'm sure there'll be some pop-up spaces during the week. ran by me or somebody else that's addicted to spaces on here. So my bad. But let's enjoy this win, guys. I don't know who's next, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Matt. Welcome, man.
Hey guys, what's going on?
I
man?
saw your DM, man. It's just hard to respond. I got a lot of them.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, I just realized I'm on my wrong account, so that's probably why I never got accepted. But I just wanted to say that, I mean, obviously I'm happy 5-2. I'm 33. I've been a fan obviously since I was a kid, but I can't imagine meaningful football in October, November, December, which we're gonna get. But the only thing I'm hard on is I just wish I don't know if it's play calling or what, but I just want Zach to look more I guess a quarterback, like a real just a real quarterback. It's not like a game manager or whatever, but I don't know what it is, but like I said, I'm just happy they're 5-2. So I mean, it can't be too negative, but that's really it.
All right, we got you. Thanks, man.
I agree with you, Matt. I fully agree with you.
Hey guys,
on,
Ray,
John?
Ray, can I just make one more announcement?
Yeah.
He's connecting right now, but if you guys can just I announced this on the lounge and the other spaces. Justin, the Jet, lost his brother the other day. If we could all show him some hearts, please. He lost his brother.
Sorry to hear, Justin, man.
And just want to send our condolences to him and his family. It was really sad. He spoke about it. I'm trying to bring him up to talk, let him speak for a couple. I'm sure this win made him feel good for him and his brother. But, when somebody in the community's hurting, we need to show them some love. So just wanted to show them some love. All right. If Justin does, guys, sorry if I skipped you. You could be mad at me. Send me a nasty DM. Justin, just want to hear you. Condolences, brother. Come off mute and speak your mind, bro. Go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you, Jet Lounge, for letting me come on and stuff like that. I'm just enjoying victory Monday. Unfortunately, we lost probably Brees Hall for the year. I don't know. I haven't checked. I've been very busy. I'm glad that we're 5-2 right now. It meets me halfway to my goal, which is 10. But unfortunately, that offense, I just blame them, the coaching staff. I don't know what it is about the fourth quarter. Whatever it is about the fourth quarter. I don't know. Every fourth quarter we have to do it. The icing on the cake for today for me would be to see the Yankees lose and have Big T and the rest of the Yankee fans be mad at
Amen,
me.
bro. Amen.
But hey, we're in a good place, man. If people didn't believe how good our offense is, our defense is, well, I believe we have now one of the top 5 defenses in the league, and we're heading in the right direction. And I can't wait. I'm pretty sure, I don't know what the game is with the Dolphins. If anybody knows, I don't care. But they're going to praise. They're going to be all high on Tua and the rest of the team. So
It's a close game. I think it's a one score game
Really?
over there right now.
Really?
Into the half.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Josh, I couldn't agree with you more. We'll end tonight on a positive note. The Astros taking care of business. With that, let's go to John.
Hey guys, I just thought I'd share 2 facts. Number 1, kicker Greg Zuerlein, 13 of 15 so far this year. I think that's a big part of where we are right now. And then number 2 is we are now 3 wins on the road. And who would have thought that we would actually have 3 wins at this point in the season on the road?
Yo, John, it's 4 actually, bro.
I think the other one was at home, right? I'm sorry, you're right. 4. Oh my gosh, you're right. 4 road
John
wins. Yeah,
surprising himself live on the lounge.
yeah.
John,
But yeah, I mean,
absolute great point. That was kind of the difference a little bit in this game was our kicker was able to kick through those harsh winds. You had the missed extra point early, which allowed us to hold on to the lead, and then the missed field goal on the other end. That's something we haven't brought up, so that's a great point, John. You can continue with your other point.
Yeah, and I listen to people talk about Zach, and I think the jury's still out. But one thing I will say that I've noticed with the Flores play calling is I think he tends to carry the wide receivers deep, which I think allows Zach to have some easier dump offs, and I think that kind of contributes to some of Zach's decisions. But you've actually look at his stats; he's actually completing passes longer this year than last year. So, I think it remains to be seen exactly how things will play out over the year.
Oh, well, I agree with you, John, and stay right there, John. We're going to get to the next person. I don't think Alex has spoken yet. We'll go Alex, Lucas, Big T, and Terrence. Go ahead, Alex.
What's going on, guys?
Well,
Big win. Can't complain. Shout out to the defense. I mean, they got 9 points. They didn't score a touchdown. So, can't really ask for much more than that. Couple things. Yeah, I was going to shout out whoever just spoke. I was going to shout out to Greg Zuerlein, man. He literally scored the most points for our team today. And, those are some big kicks, too, that sort of change. It sort of changes the level of urgency that, Denver has and how they have to call their plays, if he misses a couple of those kicks, So, again, I don't know. The play calling is a little bit weird. Me personally, with the whole Zach situation, I'll just comment on that really quick. Yeah, I've always said this going into this year. I expected this season for Zach Wilson to look way more like last year than this top 10-esque season that people are hoping he would do. It's gonna take a little bit still. I'm willing to just wait and see. And clearly they with how we're calling plays, they're using him sort of like a game manager. They're not really asking him to do any of that crazy. The play calling's weird. We're very rarely throwing it down the field, it feels like still, which is frustrating. Still, the play calling on some of the third and short plays are just, it doesn't make sense to me always. Even at the end of the game there, when Sauce made that stop and we got the ball back and we just ran 3 meaningless run plays, I would have passed the ball in that 3rd and 9. Fuck it, yeah, they'd keep a timeout, but I would have done something different. The Breece Hall thing is messing me up, not gonna lie. That's a real downer. And I would never wish this on anyone, or I would never want to put this, in the universe. But part of me was unfortunately waiting for some shit to happen to this team. It felt like everything's been going too well, so really unfortunate. But look, the season continues. Next man up, whoever we decide to bring up, whatever we do at the running back spot, we still have some talent there. We're not really going to be able to replace Breece, but let's just hope the other guys can come back. Maybe the news won't be as bad as they're saying. I've heard rumors that they're pretty much able to tell if it's torn for the most part, just right there on the field. I know they have to look into it further. I hope that's not the case. I'm hoping, just for whatever reason, Saleh maybe is just overplaying it, just so that tomorrow there's a possibility of getting, or whenever he gets the MRI, there's a possibility of getting better news. But look, 5-2, we're guaranteed to be 5-4 at the bye, which is pretty crazy. Never thought we would win, at Lambeau, in Denver, and wherever the other place I'm thinking of that we went on the road. But yeah, man, it's a weird situation with these injuries, but really can't complain. I like the points you guys have made. I've been in the line here, but I feel like everybody's sort of touched on anything I wanted to talk about. But good win. Those are just some of my thoughts. But yeah, you can move on to the next person.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Guys, let's try to make these points a little quick. I think we're going to be closing it down at 10. Just got a text from Zach. So we'll keep it moving. I know I said a name afterwards. Was it Lucas and Terrence, I believe?
I think it was me, but I don't know.
And Big T Rock before me.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Lucas, and we'll go to Big T and Terrence.
All right. Just make it quick. Listen, Wilson did not look good today, but he didn't implode. He has not made the stupid throws from last year. And I feel like some people overreacting to the other games. I mean, I was at the Miami game. He played good. He didn't throw a touchdown, but I mean, he made correct passes all game, and it was just a simple play calling. Last week, I mean, he threw 6 passes in the second half, and he showed up when he needed to. Listen, I'm not anyone ruling him out right now is just insane and out of their mind. But yeah, no, I do agree he needs to step up, and I personally do think he will. And I don't know, just keeping it simple like that. I do think he'll step up, but I do definitely agree that he needs to show more. But on the bright side, he's not forcing throws anymore, which is a big thing out of his game, which is inspiring to see.
Yep, Lucas, good point. Ray, I just spoke to Zach. We'll get to all the hands and then we'll end it. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 10, 15, we're ending it, guys. All right. Ray, cool? You good, Ray? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Ray's not answering. All right.
I think Ray stepped away, Pete. Yeah, so
right.
we want everyone to get a chance to talk. Petey, I want to thank you for jumping in along with Benny. Let me get Benny to a co-host.
Yeah.
And all right, I get Benny to a co-host. Yeah, you know what, Petey, I'm gonna just leave it up to you. You can shut it down when you need
Yeah,
to.
Benny, don't accept no more speakers, all right? Because then that's the best way. Guys, if you're just coming in, is that all right, Zach? I mean, if we let somebody
It's up to you and Benny to keep it as long as you want.
I got a show tomorrow. I got, things to do tonight. It's a work week. So, I mean, Benny, you could stay on. I got to drop off.
All right, you know what? Let's just get to the rest of the hands and then we'll shut it down. We got shows tomorrow morning and tomorrow night. So Benny's the co-host in there. I'm going to go back on mute and then just get to the rest of the hands.
Okay. Go ahead. Who's up? T-Rock?
Yeah, T-Rock.
What's up, T-Rock?
What's up?
What up? What up? What up?
What's up, Petey? What's up, Benny? It's funny how we say we're not winning in the spite of Sack, and he's not making mistakes, and he's not doing this and doing that. Obviously, he needs to play better or whatever. But he is growing, and he is not making a big mistake, and he is not making the stupid throws or whatever and stuff like that. And nobody wants to make excuses for him, obviously. But he is facing, especially today, he faced a pretty top defense. And I saw the list of quarterbacks that Denver made look stupid. The only quarterback that really did good against him was Geno Smith. People won't give Geno Smith credit or whatever because they think he's a bum too or whatever, but he's actually technically one of the best quarterbacks in the league right now. You can say whatever you want to say, but that's the truth.
T-Rock, real quick, as you're talking, let me ask you this question. You don't think that throw where he's rolling out to the right and he's trying to get out of bounds, comes back inbound, throws across his body to try to hit that guy is not a dumb throw? That's a dumb throw.
If he hits it, if he hits it, it wouldn't be a dumb throw.
No, if he hits still a dumb throw.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I've seen about football. I've seen Pat Mahomes do that.
Regardless if he hits it or not.
I see Pat Mahomes.
So have I, T-Rock, but he's not good enough yet to do that. But I mean, he made something happen out of nothing. Yep. Even my father said, my dad's 72, guys, and I watched, most of the game with him today with my kids. And my dad doesn't like what Zach does, like how he's elusive, yes, but he just doesn't like to dance, and he just wants him to get rid of the ball. So I get for one, I don't usually agree with Zach on some of these things with Zach, not Sack. Don't call Zach. All right. But I agree with Zach here. I mean, it was a dangerous throw. I couldn't believe T-Rock. He almost got it to Conklin too. That shows tremendous arm strength, but you can't really get one of those throws is going to bite him.
Obviously he doesn't do that all the time, but that's the playmaker in him. That's why that's what makes the kid so special or whatever. And again, obviously people don't want to give him credit or whatever, but pretty he's pretty elite in that pocket with him moving around or whatever. Obviously, he had a run for his life. Again, our line is fucked up again. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving them a pass or whatever. So of course you gotta play good or whatever and stuff like that. But mentally he is growing. Yeah, even if it's a little bit or whatever, he hasn't thrown a pick in I think 3 or 4 games. He makes he's still making a couple plays that's putting us in line for field goals to get points or whatever because the team doesn't move on its own. I don't know. Is there a quarterback there? Are they running a wishbone? Or are they running because Zach is still there and Zach is still moving or whatever? So they're not losing in despite of him. So I'm still looking at the little things that he's growing or whatever. Obviously, I'm not. The Brees Hall thing or whatever. That's football. It happens. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying it for the longest or whatever. People want to trade people left and right or whatever. And our wide receivers and everything or whatever, you see what happened. Corey Davis went down or whatever. Can't trade nobody. Can't do that. You know what I'm saying? 53-man practice squad. You need everybody. You know what I'm saying? And today, our depth was tested. And guess what, guys? Regardless, we passed the test. You know what I'm saying? We got to survive. Every week is a week, 2-week league or whatever. Look at Tom Brady; he's looking like shit, and he got destroyed today by the Panthers. You know what I'm saying? So, what I'm trying to say is, Zach is gonna grow. You know what I'm saying? I said it about the defense. They destroyed the defense in game 1, and I said it, guys. I said, look, you got to give these guys a chance. You got to give these guys a chance to gel. You got to give the coaches a chance to see what works, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, or whatever. The rotation, nobody liked it or whatever. This is week 7, and right now, I can easily say the Jets are one of the best defenses in the league. You know what I'm saying? And the communication, there's no breakdown of communications. This is not only Sauce. Our secondary is huge. Whitehead and DJ Reed. DJ Reed played awesome today. Awesome. You know what I'm saying? They try to come at him, and I was like, get out of here with that nonsense or whatever. You want to test Sauce, go right ahead or whatever.
Yeah,
But
T-Rock, real quick, just to jump in. How about the eye test? Everybody said how much better Rippon played. How about that throw at the end of the game that Rippon threw? There wasn't a Bronco 20 yards from him. Remember,
no, exactly. The game should have been over.
Whitehead should have intercepted. I mean, who was he throwing that to?
I saw the route. It looks like he thought whoever was the receiver was going to go in a go route, and I think he stopped. And he threw it, and obviously that's why sometimes you
but
blame.
I'm just saying,
that
was a bad throw, man.
Yeah, but sometimes that's the game within the game, PD. That's the thing, the game within the game. Obviously, everybody wants to blame the quarterback, and obviously when they drop, it's the quarterback's going to get the blame regardless. When they drop the passes or whatever, they're going to look at it and say, "Oh, he didn't do this or whatever."
Yeah,
it could have been the court that. Ripping, it could have been not his fault, but he gave it a shot. And these quarterbacks, they anticipate, and if they anticipate he's going to go, and he didn't go, there was nobody there. So I agree with you with that. But if you know football, it's not always the quarterback's fault, but they're going to get the blame for it.
T-Rock, let me get to Terrence.
All right,
we gotta
love you guys.
Yeah, no doubt. We got to get this after this, guys. We're not accepting any more requests because we're ending the space. So go ahead, T-Rock. Terrence.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. I got 2 quick hits, and I got I'm pissed about something. Number 1, except for Las Vegas and Denver played on the road, they have kept all their opponents under 20 points. So I'm not going to get upset about the Jets only scoring 16 points. Look at what they've done this year. That's number 1. Number 2. I am starting to believe that Mike LaFleur is turning Zach Wilson into a check down quarterback. That's what nothing seems to be past the sticks Now, maybe that was part of the design with this Denver, just like Green Bay. But to me, I think it's more LaFleur. And there were a couple of times in this fourth quarter when I felt they could have been maybe a little more aggressive, but maybe they felt like, you know what, a field goal is good here. You know what? A lot of these coaches aren't taking the field goal anymore, and they're going for it on fourth down, and it's been biting them in the ass. Same as same as with the 2-point play. Like they go for the 2 instead of the sure 1. Anyway, we won 16-9, and I'm happy about that. What I don't get is, like, I just think some of you guys have been hit over the head too much, because it seems like there's been a fifth quarter or something since this space started and Denver came back to win. I haven't seen so many people get upset over a 16-9 victory at somebody else's house in my life. And I'm starting to question, what the fuck are you guys doing rooting for this team if you can't be happy about a victory? That's all I got to say. I'm tired of the same fucking guy, Joey and Clark, basically lighting himself on fire and the Jets win. And then what? You're going to bring them back with open arms when we lose in the playoffs or something? Oh, yeah, we didn't win the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah, Joey was right. Fuck that. This team is 5-2. We won. I'm tired of all the talk. It's getting to the point where I don't want to be on here. Okay? Put some perspective in this fucking space. Okay? Yes, Zach needs some help. He does. Okay? I'm just tired of it, man. We won.
Exactly.
Why isn't that the story? We won.
Terrence.
Right? End of it.
Terrence.
That's
You're the
Terrence.
worst one, man.
Terrence,
You're the fucking worst one. And right too. Oh, I don't know, Zach. I think we need some help. Yeah, whatever, man. I'm tired of this shit. We won. That's the story.
All right, Terrence, listen. Stop saying I'm the worst one, all right? Listen. What I'm saying is that on any show, talk show, any show, what happens? People are gonna come up, they're gonna say things. Either you like what they say, but they're saying different things. They have different opinions, Terrence. I understand. I get what you're saying. We're 5-2. Yeah. Does the Brees Hall injury? Yeah, it's a fucking gut punch. Yeah, it hurts. We're winning. I get it. I'm happy to win. I've been a fan. We're the same age, Terrence. I've been a fan as long as you have. For me, and I'm speaking to myself. Listen, I am happy. But you could be happy, and also, we could think of two things at the same time. We could be happy and pat ourselves on the back.
That's why there's a Thursday show, Zach.
But I'm saying we can also look at things that we need to improve. I'm not going off the deep end saying this sucks. We're just looking at overall, there are things that we could improve, because you know what? That's what the Jets are doing right now themselves. They're saying, okay, we won, and there's certain things. But if anybody shits on this win, then that's a different story, Terrence, and you have every right to scream and yell.
Well, that's what's been going on.
These are other.
Zach, let me tell you something. There's people not here. Zach, let me tell you something. There's people on Twitter saying that they would rather have lost the
T-Rock,
game
let
than
Terrence
lose.
finish. Yeah, let Terrence finish.
Be one and just be the devil's advocate all the time. I mean, yes, there's a perspective, but we won. I'm just tired of it all. Man, it's just, we won. That's it. Yeah, Zach can do better. We're going to have to find out, because one of our major weapons has been hurt for the year. And we're going to have to see. But, the talk is trending toward, what are we going to do with that first-round pick? I want to go week to week. When we finally lose because Zach Wilson does something, then we can have 4 hours of why he sucks.
Yeah, I don't know anyone brought up the draft, Terrence, but I get.
Well, that's what's going to happen. The first time we lose and Zach throws an interception, it's going to be like, oh, we can't have this. You want to bring somebody in? Oh, what will Peyton do if he's coach next year? Is he going to let Zach be the quarterback? Shit like that. We don't need it.
Of course not. Well, listen, I get it, Terrence, and you get emotional about it, just like everybody else does. I think, I have to do two perspectives, right? I can't just sit here and everybody fucking, jump on and massage each other all day either. That's not what a talk show is about. It's not what a space is about. We can't all kiss each other's ass at the same fucking time. There's got to be other ideas and opinions that people might have. I get it. It's frustrating, Terrence. I know. You sit there and you probably pull your hair out of your head, because you're just like, What the listen, we're winning. Why can't I enjoy a fucking win when I got to hear everybody, shit on it? I get it. But on the other thing is I got ripped apart yesterday because I was critical of Zach before this game, and people, and I wasn't even being critical. I was just pointing out certain things that he needs to, get right with. And then today in our group chat, people are like, oh, well, there it is, another ball sailing. Oh, I get it. Joey Clark is different, Terrence. You know that he's a little bit more on the negative side. I get it. And you can say I'm the worst one. I don't think I'm the worst one, but you can say that. But I'm not. I'm just saying that there's all different types of, peel the onion back. There's certain things and that we look at and wish that were better. Look, Kenny's probably one of the oldest fans. Kenny today was saying stuff as well. He was like, look, Michael.
Yeah, I didn't understand what Kenny said either. That was, I don't know. He dropped the ball on that one. I don't understand it.
All right. Well, listen, Terrence.
Anyway, yeah, I know.
So your OG,
satisfied.
don't leave us. Don't leave us.
I just, it's, if this is what's going to be like when we win, what's it going to be like when we lose? Like I said.
You've already experienced that. When we lose, you've seen how it was. And look, there's different people. You got plenty of people that support you, Terrence. Big T-Rock being number one. Ground and punch, very, very judicial with his comments. Anthony he can go hot or cold. There's different people. Tony, I'm going to get to Tony right now, and I'm sure that Tony's going to back you up on it. Or not. I don't know, but we'll see. Look at it. Go ahead, Tony.
Back you up on what?
Well, what Terrence was screaming about, that we shouldn't be yelling about the game, and
it's sports radio. It is what it is. But Terrence, I applaud you, bro. I get it. Like if you told us, like when we did the schedule breakdown, nobody saw us winning this game. This game was a complete L, like 100% certified L. We never play well in Denver. I still have nightmares of Tebow running around Eric Smith like he had cement shoes on. It is what it is. But we went to 3 of the most hostile places on the road and won with a young baby team. I'm watching this game. I'm down here surrounded by Ravens fans, most entitled fan base in sports. They literally are shocked at how JD built this roster and we're able to go on the road and win these games in places we're not supposed to win at. And, you could say what you want about Russell Wilson and all that mess. It still doesn't matter. You still got to play the game. And, I hate to say it, but Terrence is kind of going at this point where I think our entitlement's getting a little, we're jumping a little ahead with the whole entitlement side. And we're letting the side of we're letting like the same old Jets and like this entitlement of us like having such a good roster and like all these great rookies and all these great young players, and we're letting it morph into something that's pretty friggin' gross to hear from some people. And not saying it's everybody here and not pointing fingers, but just this idea that everybody's all of a sudden now demanding things, and it's like, what? Not everything's great. It's not. And I'm one of the biggest Zach Wilson defenders on here. I'll shield that boy till the day I die until he's not on our roster. But it is what it is. Did he play well today? Absolutely not. Did he have some flashes of brilliance? Yes, he did. He was like freaking Houdini back there. Bradley Chubb was about to have a nervous breakdown because he couldn't understand how he couldn't wrap his arms on him. And if you don't believe me, go to the late third quarter. You see Bradley Chubb throwing his helmet at the bench because they can't get their hands on the guy. He's doing what he can. And, would I love to see him let loose? Yes. Would I love to see a bit of the playbook last year that we had where Zach was having these 40-yard fades? Yes. But guess what? Corey Davis was out of the game. Elijah Moore is a whole other issue. They put Surtain on Garrett Wilson. That pretty much locked him up. Garrett Wilson's drawing the number 1 defensive back 2 times in a row. And by number 1, I mean he's drawing top 3, top 5 defensive backs with Jair Alexander and Surtain this week. I hate to say that some people don't really know enough about football on here and are casting judgments that are a little ridiculous, but it's a fact. And, it is what it is. Did Zach play well? No. Do I think Zach can get better? Yes. Do I think LaFleur needs to go back into his bag and figure out how to kind of let him loose and let him cook a little bit and not throw these 12-yard outs? Yes. But the fact is we were down, we were hurt. We had to rely on our tight ends, and it is what it is. I just hope he bounces back. I can't guarantee anything with this kid because I'm not going to do it, but he has the arm. He has the feet. He has the mobility. When he's not having to run for his life off the snap, I think he makes some pretty good decisions. And last year, Zach has 3 picks in this game. Last year, Zach has a fumble in this game. This year, Zach, he was smart with the ball at least. At least give him that. At least give him the fact that he didn't kill us. Like when it came down to saving field position and saving Braden Mann having to punt from the stands, he did it. And I think we're not giving him his just due on that. I mean, everybody just wants to throw the kid in the East River. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Breece Hall obviously has dampened everything, just like the weather today or the Yankees offense. And it is what it is. But I'm telling you, they got to go back to the bag this week. We got the biggest rival. This place is going to be jumping. And Zach needs to rise to the occasion because this fan base has been starving. This fan base is starving. And now that you're letting us smell steak on the grill, we're ravenous now.
Tony.
And yes.
Tony.
What?
One sec. I just saw a stat. This is the first time in 12 years the Jets haven't committed a turnover in 3 straight games. So
that's what I'm saying, Petey. And I wanted to back you up, but I had to deal with the kids in school tomorrow. But when you were fighting back and forth with grounded and punt, whatever, and it is what it is. He didn't make any mistakes. He didn't kill us. Everybody wants to be like, oh, we won in spite of him. You're making like he threw 3 picks and we won anyway. Like he didn't. So knock that off. And it's Donovan Bam night season. Let that kid cook. Let's see what he's got. He was all over the headlines in in preseason. Let's see what he can do. Let's give him the rock a few times. Let's bounce him with Michael Carter. I don't want to touch Cam Akers with a 10-foot pole. Get him away from me. James Robinson, that kind of changes things. If we can get our hands on him, then we might have something there. So I wanted to say, hope everybody has a good Monday night or a Sunday night.
So look, and I guess for the folks in here, seeing Terrence lose is cool. That happens from time to time. We still love him, and I know that we're all friends and whatnot. Look, the one thing about these spaces is kind of taken over that sports radio. If you were to watch the SNY post game, they talked about, I won't say because I know Terrence is laughing. It won't take over sports radio, but it's pretty much sports radio is kind of dead anyway because everybody's in here regardless talking, and no one really is sitting on a hold for 2 hours with the WFA anymore. That's why if you look at their stats, their numbers are down. That being said, if you even watch SNY, they talk about 2 different things. They talk about, yes, it was a great win, but yeah, Bart Scott talking about Zach's play. So if we do on it, you get killed. Listen, Sam Darnold, if this was 2 years ago, we had spaces. Everybody gave Sam Darnold every excuse in the world. Gates ruined them. The offensive line's bad. He got no weapons. The Jets ruined them, and they all went on and on and on and on. And it's people feel that they're a bigger fan if they have to support everybody on the team, and they can't be critical because that makes them a better fan than everybody else. It's like, oh, see, I'm behind Zach. Look at me. I was there since day one. It's stupid. It's not critical thinking. Yes, can you celebrate a win? Sure. But is it perfect? No. One guy wrote, and I know Anthony wrote back to him where he said something like, we won, but at what cost? There's always a cost to everything. Yes, we won. We're 5-2. We're happy. Tailgate's going to be fucking popping. We're going to go crazy. This place is going to be electric. But, if that's why they grade the game. That's why they grade. You see always on these things where they grade. Okay, running game an A. This is a B. There's other sides to the coin, and then we can't control what other people say on here. This is not pre-recorded and we play it for a later date and we could edit shit out. This is live. So if people have different sayings or different opinions, we got to let them roll. If people want to say something, you got to let it roll. This is what they say. We might not all like to hear it, but that's why people could rebut them. All right, let's go to the co-host. Let's go with Anthony.
Whatever. Guess I came in a good time. So I just want to clear up a couple of things. First off, Terrence, I get what you're saying because there's some times where I hear things and it's like you scratch your head. I'm scratching my head. But here's the thing. we always say we want people to come up. Are there people that are smarter than other people that just because they've been around it longer? Absolutely. Are there people that know less? Yeah, because they haven't seen it as much. So for me, I don't like that, because if you're going to say that, that's one thing, and it's not coming at you. I just kind of giving you my perspective of it. You're going to always have people, especially when you have as many people as come in here, there's going to always be good and bad takes. So I get it gets frustrating. To me, it's why I knew this was going to happen. I knew this. I said it last. I didn't say it here. I wrote it in Italy Jets at his YouTube. I said I see him throwing for 140 and a touchdown. If he could do that, I think we win this game. Oh, he didn't throw the touchdown. Whatever. Injuries happen. You lost your best lineman. The one thing I don't like about him is I feel like I haven't seen him get in a rhythm. It's just like always uncomfortable. I think he has the skill set, whether it's the play calling, which I think is horrendous. You have a 60-yard touchdown run, and then you just go off the run and start passing. Still mind-blowing. I just don't understand it. I don't think they're helping them. You knew this was going to be a grinded-out game. I said 23-10 just because I thought we would get a defensive touchdown in this game. I really did off of this kid ripping. But if you take that away, 16-10, it's basically what it is. That you knew what the game was going to be. It was going to be a run. You're going to run. It's going to be two good defenses playing against each other. I don't think we could see Zach. I think he's going to have to show up, and that's why everyone keeps telling me, oh, no, the Pats game. I think this is going to be a similar game to the Pats game. Buffalo is my test. I've been saying it. I've been saying it for weeks now. My test is Buffalo, because I don't think we're going to hold them to 10 points, 14 points. They're going to score, so you're going to need Zach to perform in that game. Now, is their defense as good as Denver's? No. I mean, a couple of these plays where he's running around, which I hate that feel like he always takes a step back. There was nothing he could do. They missed 4 blocks. You could blame 4 different people on the line. They got right through. I don't, how he doesn't get sacked is crazy. People want to go away from it. If Flacco's back there, they would have 15 sacks today. It would have been a fucking massacre. And as for when they lose, I think we're getting ahead of where this team is supposed to be because we're winning. And it's like you're getting an inch. Now you want a foot. You got the foot. Now you want 3 feet. And you're going to keep going and going and going. I'll be the first to tell you, if you're going to get mad when I critique them when they lose, if I feel there's a reason why we lost the game because of us and dumb penalties, bad play calling, just sloppy play, I'm going to point it out. If we lose a 38-35 game to Buffalo and we were going back and forth and it just came down to who had the ball last, say, wish the defense could have made a big stop. It's a good offense. I don't think anyone's going to critique that, but that's what we do it for. We're coming here to talk about the game, and I get it. It's sort of like, and I spoke to Petey, we heavily disagreed on the Elijah Moore thing. And like I told him, it wasn't an argument, it was a debate. And I spoke to Petey personally and said, I kind of understand. Now, he could be right, but the thing about that was, and I hate to go back to it, but in a game like this, the reason I say it is because I don't want selfish people because of what happened today. He could have helped us tremendously. We lose Breece Hall. Corey Davis gets hurt. We could have used him. For me, this is why I don't want me guys on this team. This is, and I'm not trying to go off topic, but it's just sort of putting everything in perspective. And I understand the frustration. Everyone wants Zach to be the guy. I said it today. I'm starting to get a little bit alarmed because I just feel that he's not comfortable. And that's my biggest problem. It's not about him making bad. I just don't see him standing tall, firing, like that confidence in him. Now, maybe it's a tough defense. I'm not going to go on, but I'm starting to get radar on it. Like, I'm starting to man, I would like to start seeing a little bit, whether it's 2-3 plays in a row, whatever. So I understand.
Don't be critical. You're not critical in here. Don't be critical of anybody's play. You shouldn't really do that because you see my point.
No,
my point. No, my point is what
He's being
people
sarcastic.
Yeah, obviously, when people get mad, it's like it's the good, It's the bad and it's the ugly. And if anybody talks about sports, there's 117 people in here right now on a 10:30 on a Sunday. So you tell me how many people are sitting on WFAN trying to get on the radio right now.
Oh, I get it. It's just more. I think that everyone. I'll be honest with you. I think we're fucking shell shocked and we don't know how to deal with winning. That's the dead honest truth. I think we don't know how to deal with winning, and we're so used to critiquing bad football that you're going to. Now, granted, this wasn't the perfect game, but we all said this in Justin's face last night. Pretty much everyone I see in here was in there. And I said it. I think this is going to be a sloppy game. Get the fucking win and go. Like I said, is there certain things that I wish were better? Absolutely. No, but I would love to see what happened if we had 2 turnovers. Did we get lucky? Yeah, we got to I think we got to break with Zach Wilson on that fumble. But about time. They got every flag for them. We got none.
Yep.
It was ridiculous. So you got to give and receive. They got the penalties. I'll take the no turnover touchdown. Because you don't get points on the penalty. That would have been points for them. So I just think everyone needs to just, and I get it. Bro, we're 5-2. We're 5-2. I would love to see my quarterback throwing for 300 yards. It's not part of the game plan. Now, I think this game plan changes tremendously with Brees going down, and that sucks. I think Michael Carter could pick up the load for him. I don't think he could do what he can do, but this is where it's going to have to be team play. This is where Zach's going to have to elevate his game. I don't know what goes on with Moore, Garrett Wilson, the tight ends. All of them need to start picking up their game. And, they say next man up. Well, this has got to be all of them up because this kid has been our offense. I mean, realistically, he basically won our game for us today and he got hurt.
Yep.
It is what it is. We got a kicker, Zerline, and you guys know I got a personal thing with him, but he's been, we got a kicker that seems to be legit finally.
So, Ant, I have a question for you real quick. So if the Jets not somehow, but if they win the game like they did in 2009 against New England, 16-9 at home in front of a raucous crowd, Rex Ryan's home opener, would you be happy? Because Sanchez didn't even play that well that game. So,
Petey, you could go back. That's why I love that these are recorded. I said everyone killed me. No, it's going to be the Pats game. I said the Bills game is going to be my test. I think it's going to be tough against the Pats.
Well,
I knew it was going to be tough against Denver, but
let's be real. Oh, Zach, sorry, I didn't know. My bad.
In Justin's space about the Bills being the test, because that's not a game where we can grind it out. You're going to have to put up points. So Zach's going to have to step up.
Zach, if Wilson plays like he did today against Buffalo, it's going to be 35-6.
He can't play. He cannot play the way he did.
And I'll be criticizing, but you know what? Listen, he's got to play better. But again, if he doesn't turn the ball over, maybe we have a shot. We don't know.
Petey, I got crucified last night.
I listened. I actually fell asleep after all that happened.
Connie was in there. I was texting her back and forth because she understood what I was trying to say. I was trying to just say that, look, the ball does sail on him when he throws. That's all I was saying.
Bro, the ball, listen, the Berrios play where there was pass interference. He threw it where he thought he was, and the freaking ball just took off, bro. It was a fucking rocket. He does sail the ball. He throws. And Zach, I heard what you said last night, the Corey Davis pass against Pittsburgh. He threw that ball, and Corey Davis went up and got it. You're right. He threw it high. The only place where Corey Davis could get it.
No, I don't care about that play. I'm saying normal passes sail on him. And I said, I just don't know why they do.
He's got a rocket of an arm.
But they sail. The ball, he's always comes high or behind the receiver. Garrett Wilson was yelling at Zach. Well, come on, let's be honest. Garrett Wilson was yelling at Zach Wilson, telling him to fucking lead me.
Well, he missed Uzama on that one play. He was wide open.
A couple of plays that were a lot of plays that he throws high or behind the receiver. Is that saying he sucks? No. Is that saying that he's a rookie? Well, he pretty much is a rookie. I'm just saying, I was wondering why. But then people just take that as you're attacking him.
Right, but look at how people take Zach. I wouldn't.
That gives them the green badge. And then it's like, well, see, I'm the bigger fan than you because here, let me tell you why Zach's great. No, a real fan is realistic and is trying to figure out, okay, what do you guys think? Why does it come? Because and then today in our group chat, and then Grounded Punt was texting me the whole damn game, and he's up here with his hand up, and I'll get to him in a second. He was like, yeah, another one high, another one behind them. You're right, Zach. I said, well, next time defend me and joking around with him. You know what?
Zach, nobody defends Mike Francesa. You're Mike Francesa on here, right?
And real quick, Terrence, I don't
And
want
that's
you
a
to think that-
compliment.
I don't want you to think I was going anything. I was just using it as an example.
I'm not taking anything personally.
Okay.
I went off. And that's why I'm still here, because I'm waiting for the other people to comment, and I'm going to take it like a man. I
understand.
I agree with you. I think if Zach plays the way that he played today against Buffalo, we're going to get destroyed. I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like we won. I mean, why isn't that more than 50% of the conversation? I still don't understand it. And it's not about being a better fan, because I think it's the reverse. I think if you're the guy that's nitpicking about everything, you think you're the better fan. I'm just trying to say the narrative, which is controlled by you guys up there at the host and co-host, needs to be controlled a little bit more. It just went off on a tangent about Zach. And that's all I got to say, because other people have their hands up.
Well, the narrative, you can't.
Well, wait.
Look, the narrative is dictated by the callers. So if I'm up there and I say, okay, this was a great game, let's dissect the game, and someone says, look, I don't agree with your Zach take, or someone, they're fine to do it. So
Correct.
Let me get Grounded Punt real quick. Go ahead, Ground Punt.
Hey guys, first, PD, I'm gonna put a heart out there for you. I'm hugging you right now.
It's all good, bro.
I'm grabbing both of my shoulders right now.
I'm gonna cry.
Jesus.
But,
I'm kidding.
But in all seriousness, first of all, let's be grateful that we have some depth with the offensive line. In the past couple of weeks, I hear a lot of people say, fuck George Fant, maybe not in this space per se, but dude, I mean, Brown, he had a tough game, and you could just tell the guy's playing at like 70%. And, listen, I think, Terrence, I respect the living hell out of you. In this lounge, you're my brother. I love you. For me, it's like, I've been a Jet fan a long time. You've been a Jet fan longer than me. I'm 44 years old. You've been a Jet fan 44 years. And I'm just seeing a championship caliber defense. And it's like, shucks, we don't have a quarterback today. We have a project with Zach. That's what Zach is right now. He's a project. Today, he's a project. Because if we had a franchise quarterback today, it would be, it'd be a different story, right? And we should be happy that we got the win. And I started off by saying, I'm fucking thrilled that we're 5-2. I got sick and tired of the Elijah Moore talk, and I wanted to talk more about the prospects about being 5-2. And, guys, you with me? Isn't DJ Reed the best?
Can I ask you a question? I kind of want to. I want to kind of go at it with you a little bit.
Go ahead. Let's go.
Before the season started, right? Did you think Zach Wilson was a project? Did we know what I'm pretty sure I heard a lot of people say, I need to know what Zach Wilson is by the end of this year. And this is what I'm going to go to. Like I said, I think winning is making us get a little bit far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're getting greedy.
Yes.
Oh, you want me to answer your question?
Yes.
So, if you want to, I thought for me, Zach Wilson was a concern. So I wasn't ready to crown him. I had I was more concerned than I was excited, and it's probably and you're asking me how I felt before the season started. And one of the reasons why I felt that way is probably just residual effects from Darnold and Mark Sanchez. So for me, I didn't know what we had. So if you want to call that a project, you can call that a project if you want to. So go ahead. You said you want to go at it with me, so let's do
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So So now let me go to. So I don't think anybody had us at 5-2 either, because I don't remember hearing one single person. And
I wanted our team to be competitive,
Yeah.
right?
Okay,
But
we're
let me
being
ask you
more than
this.
competitive at this point.
Let me ask you this, Ian. Do you think we have a championship defense right now?
Yes, we do. I think so. But did anybody
And
think we had a? But this is my point, and this is what I'm getting to. Did anybody think? You're saying you're making it seem like we got it for this year, like we don't have young kids signed for years to come.
I'm just telling you that. Listen, we're way ahead of schedule. That's all I'm telling you.
Yes, we are.
And I hope
That's the point I'm trying to make.
And I hope to God that we manage this Zach situation impeccably, right? Like right now, look at the Giants, for example. They don't know what the hell to do with Daniel Jones. Right? They didn't keep his fifth-year option, and they should have. They look like jerk-offs for not doing his fifth-year option. Okay? Because he'd be a bargain at the fifth-year option, right, Ant?
Absolutely.
So what do you do? So if you know you have a championship defense right now, we're in agreement on that, right, Ant?
Yes.
Right. So how long do you masturbate at the quarterback thing? How long do you do that for?
Who do you want? Who do you want?
But Terrence,
Who
just
do you want?
I don't know, man.
Feeling badly about it. Tell me who you want on this team. to
I
lead it to the
don't
Super Bowl.
know. I'm just saying.
So
How
then
long?
again, you're masturbating, not us.
Terrence, how long do you wait? You know,
You wait 4 to 5 years. He's got the year.
Exactly. You wait till the contract is done. All of a sudden, we're like this privileged
So you're saying
franchise.
2.5 more years? You're saying
Yes.
2.5 more years?
Yes, with the fact that he's developing.
But if he's not developing, though, that's what I'm just trying to say.
Well, why are you worried about next year? Let's worry about New England next week.
Listen,
all right?
I'm excited. Listen, Terrence, I'm
Let's
excited.
fucking talk about next week.
Hey, can I jump the line real quick, man?
Oh!
Okay, hold on, guys. Terrence, please keep it. Let's
see you guys later. Bye bye.
Wow.
All right.
Come on, Terrence.
Hey, can I
Okay,
rebuttal
so
real
ground and
quick?
punt.
If Chris wasn't around as long as he's been around, I would have already booted
Well,
him.
Zach, let me finish my point. So here's my
Hey
point.
guys, have a good night, man.
That I was getting to, ground and punt. It's that you have this team, you see the defense, you see everything that's going in the right way. This team is going to force their hand in a way because of how good they're performing right now. It isn't about what he has to do it. He's quarterbacking this year.
I get it. But Ant, let me make a point to you. Look at what happened last year with the Bengals with Joe Burrow. Look at what happened there, right? The Bengals had a horrible offensive line, and he carried them. He carried that offense to the Super Bowl.
Who Burrow did? Did you do me a favor? Since you brought him up, go tell me what he did the first half of the year compared to his second half of the year.
And you mean to tell me he didn't carry that team, that offense, into the
Go
Super Bowl?
look at what he did the first half of that year compared to the second half. Now, I'm not saying that
Are you telling me
played,
to look at the stats, or are you telling me to watch the games?
Go look at the stats, bro. He said.
But
So
bro,
go
but
looking
bro,
at the
but bro,
stats.
you
he's
gotta
looking.
watch the game. Hey, Ant, hey, Sack, who's throwing a better ball today, Rippin or Zach? Who's throwing a
Zach
better ball
Wilson
today?
threw a better ball.
Rippon was throwing a better ball for sure.
Not according to the stats, he didn't.
Oh, forget
Now
the
it's the
stats. I
stats
use my
now.
eyeballs.
Okay, so
game.
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so whose
Zach,
defense was better?
How people want to talk
Ground and
about
punt.
it's unbelievable how people want to talk about they don't want to talk about the stats
Ground and
last
punt.
week, but they
Who's-
want to talk about the stats when it favors their point.
Ground and punt. Whose defense was better? Who was more under pressure? Was he under pressure more, or was Zach running for his goddamn life? Who
Zach
was more
was.
under pressure? You tell me who.
So Justin,
Wait.
you,
We play a defense that allows you to get yards to a certain extent. We don't. They blitz the shit out of us every
Yeah,
fucking which way.
they did.
Okay.
Justin,
okay. So Justin, to your point,
hold on.
why is everybody killing LaFleur then?
His play calling sucks.
Because
But you just said that Zach had no time.
Exactly. He
So
has
how?
no
So if he
time
has
to
no
sit back
time,
there.
how is he supposed to throw long passes if he has no time?
So what happens to them every time he passes the ball? They drop the ball.
Dude, if you
So
love
explain that. It's a double-edged
everybody
sword.
but the quarterback. That's how it goes in this world. If you love a quarterback for God knows what reason, you're always gonna just find something else.
Zach, I don't love Wilson,
You
man,
blame
but
the players, you blame the receivers, you blame fucking everything, but no one could sit here and say they watched the game today and Zach was just what you thought he was. Nobody
so
could sit.
Zach, was it Zach Wilson's fault that he hit Jeff Smith at number 17 right in his chest?
That's one pass.
So what? But that extends it. Hold on, that extends the drive for another 2-3 minutes.
What
and
about
who knows
the
what
Uzama?
could
What
happen?
about the miss on Uzama? What about
Okay,
all
that
those other
did. He
misses?
missed it. But Jeff Smith dropped the first down conversion that hit him
Okay.
right in the chest.
And I'm
So
not
he made
arguing.
the
And I'm not
throw.
arguing that. I'm
You
agreeing with you.
You see,
It's a fact.
hold on. Could I just say something? This is the problem that I had at the beginning of the year, right? So we're gonna nitpick every fucking time that this guy goes out there. By the way, he's fucking 4-0. I don't give a fuck if he throws 10 passes. He's still fucking 4-0. He's still 4-0 as a starting quarterback for the Jets. That's what y'all need to stop fucking nitpicking on him and let him play his fucking career. You guys act like his career's over after this year. That's the way you act. You guys act like Aaron Rodgers became Aaron Rodgers. The motherfucker stood for 4 years. 4 years before he could go throw a fucking
And what about Josh Allen? Hey, what about Josh? What about Josh Allen? Fourth game.
Negativity fans. Right there. You nitpick until you can't fucking nitpick no more. Fuck out of here with your fucking takes already.
Guys, hold on. Look.
Wow, man.
Guys, everybody's fired up. Let's just calm down a little bit.
Can we go to the hands already, guys?
Hold on.
Yo, defense, chill out, bro.
Yeah,
All right, hold on.
please.
Yeah, listen, I muted everybody. The only people I can hear is, and look, it's good to debate, but not scream on each other. Like I said, what Terrence was doing, I love Terrence, met him, had dinner with his mother, good guy, but everybody gets in their feelings, and even him's not going to just be allowed to scream like that, which I will talk to him later on about that, because I'm not fucking allowing people to be screaming at people and all that. That's not happening. My thing about it is this: it's okay to debate. You know, Ground and Punt has a fair point. Justin has a fair point. Anthony has a fair point. And I think the moment that you go on another side of what someone doesn't want to even comprehend, it's a horrible take, and you start screaming at them. Zach Wilson did not have a good game. He's not doing what he needs. People keep saying he's doing exactly what he needs to do to win the game. What exactly is that? Because I can tell you right now, listen, did he extend the play? Yes. He threw a lot of bad throws. It's what he did. Why sugarcoat it? Why do that? It's okay to say he didn't have a great game. It's okay to say that he's going to get better, because we know that he probably will. Or at least we hope that he will. It's okay. You could do two things at the same time, folks. You can celebrate the win and also look at things that didn't go right. You think we're the only ones doing it? Go watch the SNY post game. You got Bart Scott, all these people celebrating the win, lights out to the defense, and then even with Ray Lucas back in the day. You guys are fans. You know they would do defense an A, the fucking running game a B. This one's C. So why is all of a sudden now it's like foreign to people that's what we do here? There's got to be a yin to a yang. Okay, Anthony could say things. Me and Anthony go back. Me and Petey go back and forth more than anybody. But we respect each other and love each other just as that's what we do. So Ground and Punt has a fair point. Justin, I know you're the biggest positivity train, and we love you for it too. Like, just come on, guys, just chill out and fucking let's
Just because you think Zach Wilson had a bad game, you think that a hater. If you came to my house, you would be like, wow, how could Zach be critical of Zach Wilson? He's got fucking 3 jerseys up there, an autograph thing of him hanging up. Like, I don't do that for people I can't stand. So, listen, I defended Zach Wilson, ex fucking Paul Riley. To no end, I would have screaming matches with people on Twitter over Sam Darnold. There were people who wanted us to keep Sam Darnold and draft Penei Sewell with the number 2 overall pick, Penei Sewell. Do you remember those days? I'm just there's a point where you could say that, listen, he at points he looked fucking clueless. Garrett Wilson fucking was yelling at him, telling him, lead me. I mean, look, there's something to the Elijah Moore shit. Maybe more deeper than we know. Maybe these receivers or maybe these guys are thinking to themselves, this guy is not good, and I'm never going to eat with this guy. Is that okay for Elijah Moore to request a trade? No. I believe that he should be off the team already. I believe that they should take a fucking trade his ass or get him back on the field. But I think eventually this guy will leave. My point being, and I'm going to take you off mute and you guys can talk, is my point being it's okay to fucking disagree. Is what we do. It's all right. If everybody just sat there and combed each other's hair, what kind of show would that be? All right, guys, go ahead.
Zach, I got to sign off at 11, all right?
All right.
Zach?
Yeah, guys, let's not scream at the top of our lungs at each other. Man. That's just, come on. We're better than that.
Hey y'all, we're 5-2 for the first time in 12 years, and we have a lot of room to improve. That's all a good thing.
There you go.
And sure, like we've seen a lot of bad football, and I was joking about this with my friend. I said, man, the Jets are 5-2, and we haven't been 5-2 in 12 years, and I don't know what to think. All I want to do is criticize this team. And so it's not bad, but that's what the coaches are going to do. And Sal has even said that they're the biggest critics of themselves. And I guarantee that these guys are going to go in the film room and just look at it and say, God, we're playing football, but somehow we're still winning these games. And it's hard to win in the National Football League. I mean, we've said that for years. Anybody you talk to that's played in the league, they say it's hard to win in the league. So we should just, count our stars, and we're lucky to be 5-2. Zach's got lots of room to improve. He just played his 17th game. We hope to God that everybody stays well for injuries, and we get AVT back and Corey Davis back. Hopefully it's just a sprain with Breece Hall after this MRI, and we get him back this season. But if not, the next guy up, Zonovan Knight, looked good in the preseason. Let's see what this kid's got. This season, some of us thought that maybe we'd get a wild card berth. And that's a very real possibility right now of looking at a wild card berth. And if we get that, then we should all just be happy and over the moon. God, but I know that once we get to the wild card, or if we get to the wild card, we're going to have fans in that wild card game. Let's just say Zach plays like Josh Allen played in that game against Houston a couple years ago in the wild card. People are going to be calling for his neck, saying, oh, we need to trade him. I can't believe that he's our quarterback, blah, blah, this and that. When the reality is, this is the best season that we've had in 12 years.
Paul,
yeah, what's up?
We have 3 different fans. We have people that are all the way to the left, which we say all the way to the most negative side, that are like the people you just described. Then there's people like me, who's kind of in the middle, where maybe because I'm a Libra and I'm a fucking scales and I see things both ways, even in real life. Like I see, okay, this is good, this good. And then there's people that are all the way to the positivity train, that they just have green glasses on, and all they do is just like, they could sit there and look at the game and be like, yeah, Zach Wilson's just like Josh Allen. No, he's not. He's not anywhere close to Josh. Matter of fact, I'll tell you right now, I can't stand, and Anthony knows, and Anthony hates them too. I can't stand the Dolphins. I hate every fucking thing about them. I'm watching this game while we're talking on the space. Anybody else watching this game? You tell me right now that Zach Wilson looks as good as Tua does. He does not. And if you say that he does, then that means you're not a real NFL fan. What you are is just a Jet supporter and someone that's just like only sees green. I am an intelligent fan, and what I'm watching Tua play, he's playing much. He looks. I know we got that one guy there, Jose, that put the thumbs up. Please don't say that you're not watching this Dolphin game and saying that Zach Wilson looks like Tua. Not even fucking in the same stratosphere right now.
Zach didn't have Waddle and Tyreek.
Those people will give Mekhi Becton an A grade for Joe Douglas.
Listen, you could come up with anything that you want to support your take. It happens all the time. So if Tua's playing great, then you'll just say, well, he's got Tyreek Hill. And if Zach Wilson's playing great or horrible, you could say, like, anybody could twist it any way they want. That's what makes everything nerve-wracking. You could
Zach, why did the Rams trade for the Stafford? Why did they trade for him?
Because Goff was not getting it done.
Right. So when Terrence is screaming at the top of his lungs, what do I want the Jets to do? I want them to realize the window that they're in, right? And to friggin' be swift about Zach. Develop him, like, right, Zach? How long do you, like, this is a champion. We all agree this is a championship defense, right? So I'm not saying that you trade for a guy like Stafford this year. But what I am saying is, do you give him 2.5 more years? Are you serious? Like, okay. I don't understand that. I don't understand how you could.
It's a 3-year window, Ground. Everybody knows it. No one goes to the whole fucking 5 years.
And you can't
Right.
compare
So
that.
why would you spend the whole window on a player?
But why are you saying that's our window? I don't understand. The Rams have a window. The Rams had Donald on a major contract. Ramsey. It's a completely different team.
Stack just said it. Your window's 3 years. He just said
With
it.
Zach Wilson, it's 3 years.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say that. That's not what he meant.
No, yeah, with Zach Wilson. That's what he meant.
3 more years? 3 more years on top.
No,
It's a
no,
3-year window.
3 years total.
Last
3
year,
years total.
this year, next year.
Exactly. And we
That's
should
what I'm
know by
trying to
6
say.
games into next year whether he's the guy or not. At most 6 games into next year, we should know.
1,000%. They did it with Donald. What did they give him 3? People wanted to give him 4. People weren't. There are Jet fans, and then Terrence says the opposite. It's not true. There are fans out there that feel like they're a better fan than you if they just support everything. First of all, what kind of talk would this be if we all just, yeah, we won, and Zach Wilson's great, and the running game's great, and the defense is awesome, and everything's good, and no, there are things that are not good. You either you're truthful to yourself, or you're not. If you were to look at the Jet Lounge group chat tonight, and we don't air out dirty laundry, but if you look at that, there was all types of opinions flying over there. I couldn't keep up with it. At some point, some of us wanted to leave it. So we deal with it in our own family of Jet Lounge. We deal with it on here. No one's right. Nobody's wrong. Everybody's throwing out opinions. But the fact remains, if you're saying everything's rosy, then you're not being truthful. You're just saying, look, you're critical of Zach, but I'm not. He's my quarterback. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? That means you're a great fan because you're saying, oh yeah, he's a great. No, 3 years for a quarterback. You'll know, like the gentleman Paul said, you'll know by next year, first 6 or 8 games, whether this kid is it or he's not. But what did we say over the summer? We said it doesn't matter because everybody else is getting better. So if you did have to plug in a new quarterback, all the other team has evolved. Their gameplay has evolved. So
Hey,
we have a great team.
why you guys tripping, man? Y'all are in a very envious position right now for a lot of teams. I mean, I'm a Texans fan, and I sit back and I watch you guys. I've seen that the preparation has got y'all where y'all are right now. I mean, your GM did a great job of collecting draft picks. He did a great job of selecting the players that y'all needed, defensive and offensive. Y'all filled up your tight end room, selected the right players. You got a young quarterback who's still trying to figure it out, but he's surrounded him by relevant talent. And I know you guys are maybe nervous because you haven't been in the position in a while to know when you're doing good, but you're beating teams in the first, half of this season that were expected to win and that you guys probably weren't expected to beat. And I think y'all should be proud of your team. Um, I think the Texans wish we're 1 year away from what you guys are doing. I mean, maybe even 2 years, but to have those extra draft picks in the first, to have all of that free agency money, and to put it in the right positions, and to put it, the coach is starting to formulate a plan and an identity with your offense. Your offensive coordinator is learning himself as well, and it's taking a little bit of time. But if you step back and look at it at this point in time, this is gonna determine who you guys are these next 3 weeks. I think y'all play the Patriots, the Bills, and then the Patriots again. And by losing, unfortunately, one of the best running backs in the NFL, a guy who I wanted the Texans to draft, who y'all jumped in the draft to take right before we picked, which was Brees Hall, to lose that guy on such a felonious tackle is going to be challenging. Um, to lose your starting offensive tackle, and also to have Elijah Moore kind of throw a hissy fit about some, not getting the ball as much by him sitting out. I think this is what this is doing, is it's going to prove who you guys are right now these next 3 weeks. I mean, from your general manager trying to figure out what is he going to do with Elijah Moore. Is he going to replace him? Is he going to find another receiver? Does he go out and look for a help at running back position? And then at your coaching positions, to see that your coach. I play football for myself, college football, arena football. So I know when you get it down into the season, you start figuring out who you are. Y'all really don't know who you are yet. Y'all built on a lot of hope this year, and y'all should be excited and y'all should be confident right now, because there's a lot of teams that had hope, and look at the Broncos. Y'all just beat them 16-9. They whooped our ass 16-9. Right? So there was a reverse of the circumstances. They have a great defense. They hope, if you look at all the games they played, they've had some close games, some low scoring games. And I won't hold you guys very long. I just thought that you guys are being harsh on yourself. Be excited about where you're at, but just know that these next 3 weeks, I think, is going to determine who you guys are as an organization, as a team going forward, because I feel like you guys can go in there and punch the Patriots in the mouth.
Yeah. See, Royal, let me ask you a question. I think the thing that we lose here is everybody is excited. I think the argument is what we're arguing over is that there's one position that happens to be the most important position in all that
position.
Yeah, the quarterback, yeah. And we're so some of us are saying, I think some of us are extreme, right? Some are saying, oh, get rid of this guy. We're not. And I'm not. I don't know what Terrence is talking. I'm just saying that I need him to step up. I need him to play better. And what we're watching him play, you played college ball. If you ever watch Zach Wilson in these games, we see
it was like a man amongst boys when he was in college. Him scrambling around these days, you can see where he still feels like he has that ability in college, which it might catch up to him, right? Because when you're a freshman in college or high school, you're not who you are when you become a senior.
Yep.
He's still young, so he's trying to do the shit when he was a senior in college or a junior in college, like he's that guy in the pros, and he hasn't reached that level yet. But the good thing is, in his mind, he has the confidence to try that shit, right? So it's gonna come for him. Y'all keep filling him up with the talent. Y'all defense got to be like top 10, top 7 right now.
Yeah.
When you build a defense around a young quarterback, you put him in the best position. And the one killer thing that could affect you guys is the best assistant for a young quarterback is a run game, and Brees Hall provided that for you guys, and so that could alter his progress and his progression, but I still think that he's a good quarterback. I mean, and you guys,
What do you think of Davis Mills, real quick?
see, we're in the same. We're in the half.
Sorry about that. That was me. Fat fingered you, Royal. Go ahead.
My bad. Yeah. Half of our organization don't like him. They want to get a new quarterback next year. I'm one of those guys. The other half of the organization wants him to develop, and my whole thing about quarterbacking is you don't win Super Bowls with mediocre quarterbacks. You fucking don't. I mean, you can play them games. Oh, defense win championship. That's bullshit. Comes down to, yeah.
2009, we had Marks. We went to back-to-back AFC championships. What you say is true.
Yeah. So when it comes down to crunch time, fourth quarters, big time playoff runs, the superior quarterbacks pulls those games out. And if you don't have one, you're gonna be blaming everybody except the quarterback. And you're gonna run that shit back every year after year. So you're trying to get it right. But the good thing is there's probably 25 teams that don't have a quarterback that y'all got. So let it play out, man. I mean, y'all still young and y'all's building. I think y'all got a good chance to win y'all's division. I really do. I mean, I don't see why y'all wouldn't think that. And he's young and he's building. He hasn't had the same receiving core since he's been there, right?
No, it keeps changing with stupidity, injuries. So, all right.
Yeah, y'all are doing good, bro. Don't worry about it, man. Shake the shit off. You're fucking 5-2. Ain't y'all 5-2?
Yeah, we are 5.
5-2, man. The New York Jets, bro. What the fuck? I mean, that's some shit nobody wanted to say. Nobody could say that for years. 5-2 after 7 weeks. You know, going into the Patriots game, a division game. Y'all know them. They know y'all. Go in there and hammer their ass early. Let your defense play. And I think Zach Wilson shows up, man. He's facing another young quarterback. So y'all in great position, man. Yeah, I think what you're gonna find out is exactly who you guys are. I think if I'm y'all's GM, I don't sit still. I make sure that I go find me a backup running back. I make sure that I go do something, talk to Elijah Moore, or get his ass out of there, and I bring in a guy who wants to be there. You know, and I do that right now because I know week 7, week 8, you got time to transition this guy into y'all's team. So I just wanted to tell y'all, listening from the outside looking in, we're envious of what y'all are doing. We hope to be where y'all are at next year. We got 2 first-round picks. We need to figure out what we're going to do at quarterback, but y'all got a lot of shit going good for y'all, man. Y'all should be proud of what y'all done.
C-Royal, quick question before we get to the rest of the hands.
Yeah.
You have a choice of quarterback. Who do you want? I know you don't want Davis Mills.
I like Bryce Young, man. I like the way he gets rid of the ball quickly. I like his he's got an innate ability to be a quarterback. He sees the plays before they develop. You can watch him go through his progressions in college. 3 read progressions in college. You don't see that shit. He's played in all the big games. He's played with all the great receivers, and this year he don't have very many receivers, and he didn't lose that game to Tennessee. He brought them boys back and should have won the game, right? So he to me is the premier talent. He's smaller, that scares people, but shit, Mike Vick was 6 foot tall. Drew Brees was 6 foot tall. You know, they've got shorter quarterbacks. That's who I would go with is Bryce Young. I'm not a Stroud guy. I think Stroud has played in college with everything going for him. I mean, the best receivers, the best thing, the best talent on one team in a weak conference, and he really doesn't read defenses. He more like goes to one read offense, and he's throwing the wide open receivers. Every single one of his receivers is a first round draft pick.
Yeah.
So I'm just not feeling. He kind of reminds me of Fields a little bit. So yeah, I would go Bryce Young.
All right, well, listen, thanks for coming in.
And I'll hang up. Before I hang up, I will say I was a Zach Wilson guy over fucking Lawrence, whatever his name is. Trevor Lawrence. I wanted Zach Wilson out of BYU. I watched all of his tape. I wanted the Texans to give y'all Watson for y'all first 3 picks. And I wanted Zach Wilson.
I'll tell you right now, if it wasn't for the massage stuff, I would have took that.
Right, man. So good luck, you guys, man. Y'all guys are gonna do good, man.
Appreciate you, Royal.
I'm getting back to the Astro game. That's all we got to celebrate.
I had enough of that last night, man. Fucking hell.
Y'all enjoy it, man. Good luck this season, man. Keep y'all hitters, man. Y'all running shit over there.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, bro.
And you know the difference, and we'll get to the hands. The difference between like what Terrence and this, when we talk about sports talk, yeah. Sports talk radio, you sit in your house and you watch it on TV and you pull your hair out of your head and you got nothing to do but pace around and get mad at yourself. Here with the spaces, if you're mad, you get to talk about it and scream, live on the air and scream. So, listen, it's all right. Listen, Terrence is.
I'm speaking to him. We're good.
Well, it's okay. I just We've all gone through go to BMW dealership and put someone in the trunk, and it's part of Terrence, and we love him for it, so it's all right. Let's go. Saunders clock.
Hey, what's up, guys? Saunders out here in Utah. I'm actually a big BYU fan. I've actually been a Broncos fan my whole life, and today was the first time I've ever rooted against the Broncos. So, but yeah, I loved Zach in college, obviously, and I fall in love with the Jets team after watching the draft. And there's a lot of things you got to think about as a Jets fan. Number one, if you were to go back and watch that Carolina, the first game of the season last year, the improvement of the overall Jets team is unreal. And I know Zach struggled today, but from the starting offensive line that was supposed to start the year, I don't even know if there was one starter in there by the end of the game. And then the other thing, Zach was 5 of 6 in the fourth quarter. He had a rough game for sure. Like, he had some really bad throws, where he just flat out missed receivers. But when it comes down to the fourth quarter, he was still in it. He was still fighting. I think he just has that, he wants to make every play, and he feels like he can make every play. And I just don't know if you want to beat that out of him, because you look at, like, with Darnold, he started out, had some really good flashes. And then, like everyone says, like, he's running from ghosts, So I think you just have to give Zach some time to develop. He has his flaws for sure. And, this is not BYU. This is not college. He had a huge benefit from that 2020 season because of COVID. BYU's schedule changed, and, they had a ton of Power 5 teams scheduled. But then, that all changed with COVID. And so, he had an unbelievable offensive line. I really thought, though, that the Jets were going to throw to the tight end so much more this year by with Conklin and Uzama, and then they drafted Rucker. So that's really surprised me. But, I'll tell you another thing, too. I've watched the Broncos my whole life, and I feel like when I first started watching last season, it's the first time I've ever really watched the Jets. You kind of get locked into your own team, and maybe fantasy sports has changed that a little bit, and then access. But last year, watching the first few games, I was like, man, this feels like minor league football to me. And I know the Broncos have been up and down, but the improvement and this year too, like the last 2 games before this one, I really feel like, the Jets have found their identity with the defense, they stopped blitzing, and the defense just has been locked down. And then on the offense, running with Brees and having Michael Carter as well, like I just feel like they're coming into their own. If we just had the offensive line a little bit stronger, I feel like Zach could continue to progress. Anyway, I would just say be patient with him. He definitely he has his flaws, but I think you've got to be patient. Give him some more time. Right now, the Jets are really ahead of schedule, and you have to be happy as a Jets fan. I mean, the Broncos, we've been struggling to get a quarterback, and then we finally got Russell Wilson, and he freaking sucks. But so you got to be happy with where you're at. You hit a home run, even if Zach doesn't pan out. Let's say you trade for someone or you sign someone big. Like, who's not going to want to come play with the Jets with that defense? Like, and you have a ton of young talent. Like, of your first and second round picks in the last 2 years, you have absolutely hit on 6 of them. And Zach is kind of the only question mark. Is he going to keep developing? But if you look at the Pittsburgh game, down by 10 in the fourth quarter at Pittsburgh, Zach was 10 for 12. Today in Denver, it was 10-9, and Zach had two drives where he was 5 of 6. Obviously, the Berrios PI really helped, but I'm just like super excited. I'm basically turned into a Jets fan the last 2 years because I just fallen in love with this team and the story, and it's just like home run after home run. It so sucks with Brees, though. I mean, like, that run was amazing. And Mims, I thought Mims would be great too, because I wish they would play Mims more. I just feel like Davis and Moore and even Garrett Wilson they're all very similar receivers, and they're all very different than what Wilson was thrown to at BYU. BYU was thrown to 6'3", 6'4" guys, and he threw to his tight end a ton. The one guy he was a freshman. And I think he had 11 or 12 touchdowns as a tight end. So anyhow, that's about all I got to say. I don't know if you guys have any questions or whatever.
I appreciate you, son. No, maybe stay up and we can get back to you because I would like to pick your brain a little bit, but I want to get to the people. They've been waiting a while. So go ahead, bus driver. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, Anthony? What's up, Zach?
What's up, James? What's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. I feel like, and I don't think I'm alone. I feel like I'm hungover. You know what I mean? Like, man, when Bryce, I think all of this has been made 10 times worse by this Brees Hall thing. You know what I mean? I mean, everything. We wouldn't be at each other's throats right now. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't Brees Hall going down, we'd be upset with Zach. He had a shit game. That's not nitpicking.
I think it's the Elijah Moore into the Brees Hall.
Yes,
it's like every time there's a positive, we have to have a negative to go with it.
No.
And it's just boiling over at this point.
Right. No. I'll throw him in the mix too, without a doubt. But it's not nitpicking. When your quarterback, and I believe in this kid. I think I still hasn't proven that he can't be the guy. I don't know. He's still developing. It's young. It's 17 games in. So I'm holding out hope. But it's not nitpicking when Zach says, look, every goddamn throw was behind people. You know what I mean? He's not hitting people in stride. It's not even just flying. And that's the thing that's killing me. And if you go through, all year, he's not hitting these small little dump offs in stride. You know what I mean? That's concerning. That really is. I mean, and every time I see him, elude a rush, I'm more, most people are happy when a quarterback eludes a rush. I'm shitting in my pants thinking he's going to freaking try to do something more than he can and throw an interception. You know what I mean? And I don't think.
I get, and and again, I think, like I said, it's part like the past that we have. It's like you're almost waiting, like to get burnt, and I'm trying to get past it myself and tell everyone it's not fair to these kids because, and to Zach's credit, he said they don't know the history. They're not playing the history.
No, no. Look, I agree with you 100%. I mean, and he showed, he showed, some glimmers of hope. He's had some nice endings to a couple of games. Look, I'm over here watching the Pittsburgh game. Now, this kid, if you look at Kenny Pickett, you would say to yourself, we're in the fourth quarter now. He's throwing the ball really well. But you know what? They scored 10 points, and he just cost them the game by throwing an interception. You know what I mean? So not everything can be summed up. Mistake, him not throwing interceptions is huge, without a doubt. You know what I mean? He's cleaned that up. There's something going on where I don't know if he's got too many reads or whatever's going on. They've got to simplify this game for him because it's too fast for him right now. He's double clutching. He's in there. He's double clutching. He's doing stupid things. And what I mean by stupid things is he's throwing off his back. He's falling backward and throwing balls. You cannot do that. You just can't do it at this level. It's going to float on you. It's going to float on you. That one that he threw to Azama, I think it was, the tight end. He had a little bit of room there. You know what? If you don't feel confident, take the 3 yards, run and take the 3 yards. You know what I mean? Don't throw it. You cannot in this league throw off your back foot. You know what I mean? You can't throw leaning backward. You just can't do it. That being said, now if you were to say to me, Jimmy, if you were to say to me, 6 months ago, how about the Jets are 5-2, but Zach's not really playing great at all, and we're 5-2. The rest of the team is carrying them. I'd be happy. Everyone in this room would take that. You know what I mean? Everyone in this room would take that. I'm just really praying that next week he really shows up. You know what I mean? And
You
I
know
think
what? Here's the thing, and this is the everyone's afraid that this kid isn't the guy. That's what it is.
Oh, exactly.
Everyone's they don't know what to say because they don't want to say he is it and be wrong. They don't want to say he isn't it and he is and be
they
wrong.
don't want to be the bad. They don't want to be the bad fan. They don't
And
want
again, because I think that everyone sees that without that quarterback position, it's the most important position because we've hit, and it seems that we've hit on so many people in these last few drafts.
No.
So the elephant in the room is he it? And I'm sure he's gotta feel that pressure as well.
What really sucks, this is what really is killing people, is he it, but he doesn't even have to be it. Our defense is top 3.
Yep.
They're top 3. So he doesn't even have to be it. He's just got to be competent. You know what I mean? He's just got to be competent. You know, and really, right now he just isn't. And that's because he's young. Maybe he is going to be the guy. Maybe he's not going to be the guy. But you can't sugarcoat and call things nitpicking. No, he did not have a good. He had a shit.
James, where? I don't know. Maybe we're old school. And I've been a fan 42 years, okay? And die-hard Jet fan 42 years. Let me ask you a question. When did it ever be, before social media, when was it ever where you can't do two things at once? You can't be happy to win and also be critical of certain play. Like, when did you're not allowed to voice that opinion? When does that ever make you a bad fan?
Let me tell you something. If you're not critical, your team will never move forward. You have to criticize. You have to call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
You just have to.
They just want to massage each other all the time. They just like, oh yeah, we're doing great. Everything's good. Running game's good. Wide receiver's good.
Doing great today. See what happens when we play Buffalo. It's yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. I get it. As a team, we're doing okay. But first of all, and I hate to say this, he's thrown behind so many people. He's gonna get someone hurt. You know what I mean? And I know that sounds crazy, and I hope I'm wrong, but you're making really, really bad throws here. You're just not hitting people in stride. These guys are all turning around catching the ball. I can't believe some of the. I mean, I remember there was a play last week, and it was Hall. He's an unbelievable receiver for a running back. He made a catch, and no way he should have caught that ball. You know what I mean? No way a running back should catch that ball and turn it. It was to the wrong side of him. He's swinging out right. It's got to be in front of him. It's got to be in front of you. We were so lucky with our receivers and running. I mean, Garrett Wilson, he could torts his body to catch these balls. You can hurt yourself doing that. You know what I mean?
Even
And you break stride. You're losing 10 yards on every freaking pass because
I mean,
you're not hitting the guy in stride.
He was
How
an
many
extra day.
I agree with you, but I'm just saying that on the other half of those passes, Zach Wilson was leading the receiver towards the first down and didn't even see where the corner was at. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not meaning to interrupt, but Zach Wilson, I'm telling you right now, he's managing the games the way we expected. Am I saying he's the guy? Absolutely not. If you say he's the guy, you're honestly not a Jet fan because you clearly have not watched what has happened year
look,
after
look,
year
look,
after
let me,
year. But that being said,
I've
we
been
saw.
watching.
I'm
I've
sorry.
been watching game management, since Richard Todd. You know what I mean? I know what a game manager is, and a game management. You know what that means? He's competent. That's all it means, really. That's a way of saying he's not real good, but he doesn't fuck up much. That's what a game manager is. You
No,
know,
but you see, James, everybody, whenever Zach struggles, they want to throw everybody under the bus but Zach. The same thing they did with Sam. They want Michael LaFleur gone, then Michael LaFleur, oh, I hope we could keep him for 2 years.
Look, first of all, I heard people criticizing LaFleur. It's not LaFleur, dude. You work with what you have. Okay. You work with what you have. And first of all, when things are going great, look, 2 weeks ago, they wanted to hang the defensive coordinator, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, they wanted to hang.
He included. I take ownership.
Oh,
of
right. They wanted to hang the defensive coordinator. It just takes a little while to click. You know what I mean? Now it's coming around. Now we're feared. Defensively, we are feared. We just have to get a little bit competent on the offense. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, James, real quick, lost the game right there. Now that's a bad game.
That kid might have threw a pick that you thought, oh, nah, forget it. Oh, am I behind? Maybe that's why. Oh,
Look,
yeah, I'm
you think
behind.
that
Forget
you
it.
think that if Joe Burrow was our quarterback, Michael LaFleur calls that same game plan that he's been doing? No, not even close.
No. And you know what? Look, we're not perfect on offense yet. You know what I mean? We got a lot of way. We got a way to go, man. We got a way to go. I still think we're patching an offensive line here. That's what we're doing.
This team reminds me exactly of, outside of the other team being a veteran team, but this team is exactly, and Connie agreed through text. It's 2009 team, 2000. It's that team. It's great special teams, great running game, and great defense. Great
We have no
defense, special
yeah.
teams, and running game, and a quarterback like Sanchez, Owen Zach, that is good enough, I guess, and just good enough. Like it's the same kind of team.
Right.
Exactly the same. A young quarterback, like him. Sanchez was a young quarterback, and they play great defense, great running game, and great special teams. And that's how they.
Actually, what year was Sanchez in back then? I mean, I'm trying to. He might have been in 2 or 3. I don't know, but I'll tell you what, he was a little bit more competent at this. In his second year. His second year, you didn't get the feeling like you have right now. You know what I mean? I mean, you knew he wasn't the guy. Or you didn't think he was the guy. I just think that I'm praying the kid comes around. I really am. He's a very elusive kid, but he's got to know when to freaking turn around and throw it out of bounds. Don't get cute with these freaking sidearm things and his how many times is he gonna? He scares the shit out of me. 2, 3 moves. You're not even looking downfield. Get rid of the ball. Just throw that fuck out of bounds. Am I the only one when he made those 2 great moves on those guys? All right, that's great. Now throw it the fuck out of bounds.
I was scared of the one where he was rolling out to the right and he threw across his body all the way to the other side.
Oh, how dangerous was that shit? Not everyone's Patrick Mahomes. How dangerous was that? He was throwing to the tight end, Conklin, I think, and it was crazy. You just threw across the whole side of the field. You know what I mean? You can't.
But at the end of the day, he was able to make that play to throw it out of bounds. No one else would have been able to make that play. Put Joe Flacco in that pocket. Holy fuck! It's a loss of 20. I mean, he's the only one.
But you're also comparing a guy that's 48 years old over there
ready for the time.
I'm just saying.
No,
I'd much
you know
rather
what?
have Flacco or Wilson than Flacco. I'm just saying. But the reason why
without a
he
doubt, look,
escaped,
Flacco's a statue. We get that, but there's a fine line between taking just being foolhardy. You know what I mean? Just taking unnecessary risk. He's very nonchalant on a lot of the shit he does, man. And I'll tell you what, he's a very confident kid. I'll give him that. But it does, I'm changing my freaking underwear 3 times a game here.
that's fair. Fair. I mean, I was really hoping that double spin move would have turned into a long bomb to Corey Davis for like 85 yards. That would have been fucking amazing. But unfortunately,
Uncle Sam, we got to get to the other hand.
I'm out, guys. Take care.
All right, James.
Defense.
Where, James?
All right, listen, defense. You know better, right? You know better. I'm gonna just about to call on you. Don't come
You
off
just
mute,
keep putting him in timeout. The more he talks.
Yeah, defense.
No, this is a couple little points, and I'll be quick, man.
You're
First
never
point
quick. Stop it.
the first point I want to make, right, is there's a reason why, I'm a homer about this team in 2022, but I would never yell at people for criticizing. You know why? Because if we ever win the Super Bowl, 50% of our fan base is gonna, nitpick that win. That's just who we are, But to be more serious, Zach Wilson didn't have a good game today, no. But he didn't have a bad game today either. What he did was he managed in the realm of possibility, and he let his defense win the game. Was it a good game? No. Was it a bad game? No. But you know who had a bad game during his 4th game of his second season? So Josh Allen, during the 4th game of his second year, he played the Patriots. He threw 0 touchdowns. So listen, he threw 0 touchdowns and 3 interceptions, and he lost the game on his team. They lost 10-16. And a lot of fans, what drives me crazy is they say that that Josh Allen is an anomaly. No, quarterbacks have broken out in their 3rd year, historically speaking. The anomalies are the Patrick Mahomes, the Joe Burrows, and the Herberts. Those are the anomalies. The 3rd year breakout. So what I'm saying is, man, in the offseason, I created a tweet about Zach Wilson. I showed his first 2 years of high school, freshman and sophomore, and then I showed his junior year. You know what happened? He broke out in his 3rd year. Then I did the same thing as college. I showed his first 2 years in college at BYU, and then I showed his 3rd year. You know what happened? He broke out. So long story short, the moral of the story was I never expected Zach Wilson to break out in the 2nd season. I expected him to improve and manage the game how a 2nd-year kid should do it. And next year is the year where, I'm going to judge him. So that's how I feel about it, man. And someone came in here and they mentioned the quarterback that all we need is the damn game manager for the Vikings. Yo, he threw 3 interceptions this year and made sure his team lost. He's the reason why they got 1 loss. He threw 3 interceptions. So all I'm saying is Zach Wilson didn't have a good game today. Wasn't a bad game. It was no turnovers, and he let the defense win. So I don't think that we should make it any more of a bigger deal than that.
Fair enough, defense. Fair enough. Good take. All right, listen. We got 3 more hands, then we're shutting it down. Let's go to Luke. Let's go to Lucky.
And Zach, I want that jersey for that 12-5, baby.
Hey, first things first, man. Congratulations on being 5-2. You guys earned it. That defense is stellar. I'm a UC fan on top of a Bengals fan, so shout out my boy Sauce Gardner. You got an absolute dog in that kid. Yeah, man. I truthfully, I don't know what Zach Wilson is yet, man. I think that's where you guys are at, right? Where it's like, I mean, has he improved from rookie year to this year, or is there really no improvement? Like, I just want to ask you guys. I'm not trolling. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't have no dog in this fight. I'm not a divisional opponent or anything. I'm a Bengals fan, so I'm just genuinely curious. Like, has Wilson improved at all, or what's he showing that is concerning some of you guys?
Well, I mean, for me, throwing balls over people's heads, throwing behind a lot of receivers. No pocket awareness. I mean, he does scramble out of things, but he runs into. I don't know. To me, he doesn't look like. And this is mine. We'll get to Anthony. For me, I think that he looks a bit lost at times out there. People keep saying he's doing everything that we need to do to win. I don't see it. I don't see what he's doing everything to win. I think the defense is doing everything that we need to win. Right.
Listen, they picked the ball off and cut the field in half for him. So and a couple of field goals here and there. I think the defense and the special teams is the star of the star of this team, and the running game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you guys are in a good position, especially defensively. But it does worry me to a degree that Wilson is just kind of off for you guys, because I feel like you guys are a playoff team. You know what I mean? I do feel like you guys have a real shot at like a wild card appearance this season, and it's just a matter of Zach Wilson, kind of getting his head out of his ass, for lack of a better term, because there are going to be teams like the Chiefs and hopefully my Bengals and stuff, like where you're going to have really good quarterback play. You know what I mean? And he doesn't have to be perfect. Again, he's a second-year guy, but he just has to make those opportunities when they come. Your defense is going to give him opportunities. He just has to put 7 on the board instead of 3. And he has to, a lot of it sounds like almost like a timing thing with, being behind on a lot of receivers or, being over their heads. It's less of the talents there, arm talents there, all that stuff's there.
Well, it's actually frustrating some of the receivers. It frustrated Garrett Wilson today. He was yelling, barking at Wilson to lead him. He's telling him, lead me. You got a rookie receiver telling a second-year quarterback where the ball should be. It's concerning. I don't know. Lucky, stay right there. Anthony, do you have any concerns on Zach Wilson? Any?
Yeah, no, listen, obviously I have concerns. My main thing is I just don't feel that he's comfortable. I really don't. I think he has no consistency. It's always like he's got happy feet instead of standing straight up. I'd like to see him more poised and not always trying to just, I feel like his first step is a back step. Sometimes you have to go into the pressure to avoid it. It's not always going back where you have to twist. I really think he needs to start using his legs a little bit more as well. I really do. I'm starting to see a pattern of defenses just putting their heads down and rushing them, because if you look at the tape and we watch every game, he always, how many times have you seen him 10, 12 yards behind the line of scrimmage on pressure? And I haven't seen one play really turn into a positive. So if they're going to rush like that, try and find a hole, rush for 4 or 5 yards, and you could gain 4 or 5 yards. Eventually maybe they're not going to pursue as hard, and you can give yourself a little bit more time in the pocket to become comfortable and get in a rhythm, because he's not in rhythm. That's one thing I could say. When I watch him, I haven't felt, maybe the one game, the Pittsburgh game, I felt like he was in a rhythm. He was comfortable, whether it was because he's just reacting to it, not overthinking, and this is what he has to do. But that's the point I would like him to get at.
1,000%. No, absolutely. We got 2 more hands, and then we're shutting it down for the night. We've been at this quite a while. Patty Loco.
What's up, boys? How's everybody doing? Man, I agree with a lot of things you guys are saying. I'm a big Zach supporter, but I will say today I thought was one of the worst games I've seen him play. I'm happy with the win and everything, but that guy asked what have we seen that made Zach better than last year. I would say his short passing game has improved from last year, because he was horrendous last year. Couldn't hit a guy with a yard ahead of him. But like you said, he seems to never step up in the pocket when the pressure's coming to make a throw. It's always off his back foot. He's got to go toward the line. I don't think the line played well, to start the game, but some of those plays when he's spinning around and shit, it was just crazy. So not his best game. Sad about Brees. It's bittersweet, because that kid really, who knows when you come back from ACLs. So people aren't always the same. So it's sad to see. It really, really sucks. It's like, give us a start. He'll be all right, but we still have Michael Carter. Listen, we got to just focus. Hopefully we're going to see this week what we're made of. Hopefully the coaching staff can get in Elijah's ear, because clearly we're going to need the kid. You look at the receiving core, of Corey's not there. You're going to need Elijah more now. So I want to see how this is going to work out this week. Hopefully the kid, gets his head on straight. We'll see what happens. But our defense, man, is nasty. I can't believe it. From the beginning of the season to now, they really gel together well. The cornerback group is just so good. Reed and Sauce are unbelievable. And that's a game that the Jets lose 10 out of 10 times, as we all know. And the fact that they won, I think people should start giving, Coach Salah some credit. Not, people in here, but in general, like he's done a good job. He has the team believing, and from what it was in the beginning, how people told him maybe getting fired because the receipt comments are all bullshit. But, good win. Some bittersweet things. Hopefully, I haven't heard anything about Vera Tucker. If anything happened, anyone knows about that. I don't know, like if that's serious or not, but
I haven't seen it. I've been taking a look, Patty. I haven't seen nothing that I could
okay.
talk on, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It seems like the Corey Davis thing doesn't seem to be serious. I actually think they said that they cleared him to come back in, but he just didn't feel right, so they didn't take any chances.
Okay, so we'll see. We'll see on Franklin Myers. We'll see on Vera Tucker's bigger. That's I mean, on
big.
elbow, you never know,
Elbow
in the
is
corner or
big.
something. But yes, that's huge. So, not my favorite Zach game. There's definitely gonna be games you want to beat better teams. He's gonna have to, lead us in certain games. There will be games we will be down in, and that will be in shootouts. So hopefully the coaching staff can talk to him, and he'll learn. Year 3, like that guy said, is really a big year. But right now we have a good opportunity. So enjoy the win, boys. We'll see. We'll talk this week, everybody, and congratulations to everyone.
All right, thanks, Patty. All right, last caller of the night. We'll go over to Trey, the TRS ball.
Did you say I go first?
Yep, yeah. You're the
Okay.
last one. You're the last call of the night.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like we're all critical on Zach Wilson because when we look at the prototypical elite quarterback nowadays in this generation, we think of Josh Allen and Patrick, and we kind of expect elite quarterbacks to perform like they do, and that's kind of what we want. But other than that, I have nothing really else on Zach Wilson, but I just kind of had some questions for you guys about what you think we should do for the Patriots game, seeing that Breece Hall is probably out for the rest of the year. Hopefully he's not, but it's not looking good. But what I was thinking was whether or not you'd rather see Michael Carter and Zonovan Knight rather than Michael and Ty Johnson, and if we should really be giving Jeff Smith that many snaps each game because I don't know, man. I just don't like
They
Jeff
love
Smith.
They love them some Jeff Smith.
I don't know why. I really
I don't know either.
And
I think there's a move to make before the trade deadline. You're 5-2, so it's not like you're sellers. I'm not saying you're a huge bot, but there's a move to make. Keep an eye on guys like Robinson out of Jacksonville, running back. Keep an eye on Cam Akers, another running back. There's a move to make, and this Elijah Moore thing isn't dead yet. So I see that there's definitely the Jets will probably be active before the November 1st deadline. I mean, think about it. You're 5-2. So if you're not, Douglas is definitely on the phones. If he's not already on the phone, fielding offers and trying to improve the team, because 5-2, you're not letting this team just go out there. There's definitely a move to be made to improve the team. So they'll be active.
And the other question I was going to ask is if you take away the reps that you've been giving Jeff Smith and give them to Mims, because if I remember correctly, every time that I've seen Mims play against the Patriots, he's actually gotten pretty open. Even with Sam on the field when he used to really not throw to Mims for whatever reason. But I've always seen Mims kind of, get open in the middle of the field and kind of get a pretty good amount of yards. And mainly, I just want to see the guy play more because, he made some catches today.
He's almost died today.
He did, but I don't think that was his fault.
No, it wasn't. That's the point. He got Zach almost murdered him.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I was talking about before. Like, I think we should let him throw more. Get him used to, maybe because the reason he's not stepping up in the pocket is because he's not used to throwing. I don't know.
Or maybe Mike LaFleur sees something in Zach, and that's why he calls a conservative game plan.
Maybe.
We're not in there. We don't know. I mean, I want Ant to come off speaker to weigh in, but we're not coaches. We see that. We watch the games. We don't know what's going on in there. Maybe there is concern among the players that he's not they're frustrated. I can guarantee it. Elijah Moore thing, we can call him the biggest jerk in the world. Yeah, he is for doing what he does. We're winning and abandon the team, but maybe he's frustrated. We forget these guys are with these guys all the time. They eat together. They're practicing together. They know Zach Wilson in and out much more than we do. So they know if they're frustrated and they think like, maybe Elijah Moore's thinking like, this kid's never gonna be good. They're never gonna get rid of the golden boy, and I'm gonna be suffering over here. Now, suffering while you're winning, that's the part where Elijah Moore is wrong. You're still winning.
That's true.
But Zach Wilson, listen, Garrett Wilson. I mean, that kid's a great kid. He was pissed off today. Telling him where to throw the ball, telling him to lead him. We've all seen it. So who's wrong and who's right? Maybe Zach is struggling, which we know he's kind of struggling, and maybe the receivers are losing faith in him. You don't know. We don't know that, and we don't know that that's true, and we don't know it's not true. I'm just throwing it out there. Ant, you want to wait?
Yeah, I just look at like, I mean, I don't think LaFleur is doing him any favors either. He came out. I had a feeling they were going to come out throwing. It's not the way I would have liked. Again, I'm not a coach either, but you see, like we watch these games, we critique these games. I'll go back and watch this game probably 2-3 times minimum.
Yep.
It's for me. It's like we're not changing it. I said, why don't you line up big formation, I formation, 2 tight ends with 1 receiver on the outside, 1-on-1, hard play action, because you know what you do? You kind of stop the rush so hard also. Whereas you're coming out in shotgun, and I can't tell you how many times empty backfield, and I'm like, God damn, he's getting rushed, and you're leaving him back there isolated. We can say what we want. It's most likely on 3rd down, and that's the down he's going to try and maybe push the limit a little bit to make a play happen. So I don't think LaFleur's game plan is really helping him as well. Like he might be trying to make it as simple as possible, but it's not an easy simple. Again, I hear other people saying the same thing. There's a lot of things I would love to do different. Get the tight ends involved. I mean, run a 3-yard out to a fucking tight end. Maybe you could turn a corner, beat a linebacker, and get a 15, 20-yard play off the rip. It's little things like that we don't have that consistency. There's no consistent game where tight ends are involved. Receivers, like it's either one thing. We're leaning on Garrett Wilson this game. We're leaning on Breece Hall for the last 2-3 games. You know what I mean? It's just it's almost like you could see who's going to be the guy for the game, and now just go focus on them. And then it takes us till the second half to adjust to what they're doing.
Yep.
They're not changing in game. It's like, okay, halftime. No, fuck halftime. Figure it out midway through the first quarter. Like, listen, we got to change this and let's start doing it. So that's why I'm not going to kill him. Are there bad things? Yeah, absolutely. They're also not making things easy for him.
Well, I mean, but maybe they're catering the game plan to his strengths and what's not. I mean, maybe maybe there's things that they see that he can't do, or things that he's not comfortable doing, and they scaled the playback.
Yeah, but you know why he's not comfortable doing it? Because you're not allowing him to continue to do it.
But maybe they don't
make it
want
simple.
They think that.
Yeah, but then you're limiting what the kid could do, and that's never going to work. So you might as well fucking get rid of him at that point. Because if he could just throw a 10-yard in or a 10-yard post, and he can't do the little things, then you limit him. You gotta make him do it. It's part of being a young quarterback. We know he's gonna struggle and make mistakes. We know it. But if you limit what you're allowing him to do, he's never gonna pass the point that you allow him to go to.
Absolutely. And where is Ruckert actually in all this?
He's inactive.
Yeah, but that's my point. It's like you spent the 4th round pick. There's no way you could utilize him, not even in the running game, putting him back there, like a use check, like a fullback role there.
Well, that's my point, Zach. If you come out first play of the game, I formation. If Ruckert's healthy, you got Conklin, Uzama. Ruckert is like a hybrid fullback. Garrett Wilson 1-on-1 on the outside. And you do a hard play action, the defense isn't going to run straight to Zach. There's no way, because they have to respect the run. And now you give Zach a little bit of time where either you could have Rucker chip off a block and go out on a seam route, or you could throw it up to Garrett Wilson. Maybe you get a PI. You start the game off like, okay, we're in for a game. Whereas like today, again, for instance, Breece Hall has a 60-yard run. What did they do the next 3 plays? Fucking throw the ball.
Oh.
Like, that's not on Zach. That should not be happening. Pound it, pound it, pound it. Get to 2nd and 3. After a couple of first downs, take a shot there. But when you're throwing the ball, it's like, okay, you can almost predict when it's going to happen at that point. Like, all right, they just went 3 and out the last drive because they think there was, they're running first down. They're going to try. You know what I mean? Now you're catering to it. You're playing to the hand.
And they came out 3 passes in a row to start the game. You've seen that. You wanted more play action. You wanted them to throw,
yeah.
but you wanted it to be play action.
Exactly. I want you to utilize your strength, which is your run. You're coming out in shotgun. It's like I said it. Why is that right? I said it in the group text. Why shotgun, not I formation?
Yep. All right, guys, listen, this is where we shut the show down. I know we got 80 people still in here, but tomorrow we have Benny's show. First thing in the morning, you have your coffee and talk with him. 9 o'clock in the 8:30 in the morning. Then we also have Petey Pablo's show, which is always great. He's always got some great special guests on, and that's tomorrow night show. So 2 Jet Lounge shows for you on Monday. We have Kenny and Joe and Clark, their show on Wednesday night, which they definitely do a great job, a different kind of perspective. So it's good to get their perspective on things. And then we have Justin Ocho's show on Saturday now, which is starting to build up steam. It was a new time slot for all of us, and Justin's doing a great show, and you can catch Anthony on there most of the time, helping him co-host and whatnot. So, even I'll pop in there from time to time. So, listen, from the Jet Lounge to all of you guys, listen, this all doesn't happen. We've grown quite a lot in the last 6 months. It doesn't all happen without you guys. Just like football and all that doesn't happen without the fans. We would just be talking to ourselves if it wasn't for you guys. So we definitely do love you guys. You see, I'm up in the giveaways more and more. There'll be more this week for victory week, we'll call it. So to celebrate that, there'll be some more stuff. Usually whoever's the player of the game, I give away a lot of their autograph stuff, but this is all out of our own pocket. We don't have sponsors that say, here, we'll give you a certain amount of money to buy it for you. We don't. This comes out of our pocket, but it builds the community, and that's what's most important. So,
and also, Zach, just if I don't know if anyone's going, if you guys are going to be at the game, we'll be there tailgating at Lot F11. So if you guys want to come, tickets available. If you're just going to be doing your own thing, want to stop by, more than welcome. Come check us out, say hello, appreciate it. We're meeting a lot of people. That's the tailgate's a pain in the ass. It's a lot of work. But met a lot of people on here. It's nice to put a face with a voice from these spaces. I mean, we see the profile pictures, but it's different. So definitely a cool thing. So if you guys are going to be there, definitely come by, say what's up.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys want, you can go to the website, and we have tickets on there for the tailgate. Very, very. We kept it very, very affordable because we know it's expensive, especially for a family. It's expensive to go to the stadium and to buy the food and buy the tickets and the parking and all that. So we try to offset it where we try to keep it very, very affordable. It's like $10 for kids and stuff like that. And we have a DJ. I mean, it's a full-fledged tailgate. There's a DJ, plenty of foods. My brother and I mostly cook. A lot of good food, cheesesteak, sausage and peppers and all that. And a lot of Happy Dad, hard seltzers and drinks and all that. And we all have a good time. And it's definitely, if you want to bring your kids, it's definitely a kid-safe kind of environment. We don't allow the hard liquor because we don't want people getting drunk and acting like fools. So we'll probably even get like some face painting for the kids coming up soon, trying to figure that out. So we're trying to put it as a family environment. All right, guys. Listen, as we always close the show, love you, all of you, really do. It's not me just saying that, I love the community, as you can see, and we will talk again on Thursday. Good night.